When you're ready. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Water bill, second reading.
Now.
Clive Lewis.
Yeah. I beg to move the water bill be now read a second time. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would also draw members' attention to my register of financial interests. Around 50 years ago, Margaret Thatcher's revolution tore up the rulebook on political and economic management. She rewrote it with a single, unwavering principle, that the pursuit of profit would serve the public good, even when it came to vital public services, even when it came to water. We often say that society stands on the shoulders of giants, but giants, Madam Deputy Speaker, also cast long shadows, and Thatcherism's shadow looms dark over our water system today. Yet whether we see ourselves standing on her shoulders or trapped in her shadow, one thing is undeniable. She proved the world can be made differently. And if it can be made differently once, it can be made differently again. That, as the brilliant anthropologist David Graeber understood, is the hidden truth of the world. It's something we create and can choose to create it anew. We can do it better. Madam Deputy Speaker, today I want to show this House and this country that water is the lens through which we can imagine something better. A better way of running our economy, a better way of safeguarding our environment, a better way of empowering the public, for whom democracy supposedly exists. But that requires something very difficult. It requires us to break free from the constraints of our imagination, to let go of the idea that this economic model is all there is, or all there ever could be. It saddens me to say, but the government's recent Water Special Measures Act perfectly exemplifies this failure of imagination. One of its leading proponents has a particular rhetorical flourish they love to use when dismissing calls for public ownership of water. They would say, "I'm more interested in the purity of our water than the purity of our ideology." Madam Deputy Speaker, I love this quote. I love it because it lays bare just how deeply the ideology of privatisation and all that goes with it has embedded itself. So entrenched is it within our collective consciousness that we no longer recognise it as an ideology. We no longer see it for what it is, a systemic exploitation of a common resource for private gain. Instead, it has simply become the natural order of things. But how much longer can this go on? Since the crash of 2008, this ideology has been faltering under the weight of its own contradictions. Yet its grip on British politics remains vice-like. Austerity, exploitation, corporate price gouging, still treated not as choices, but as inevitabilities. Why? Because too many politicians on both sides of the House refuse to contemplate alternatives. Now, for those on that side of the House, I get it. This is their ideology. They're defending their class. And I'd imagine they'd go further still if they could. But on this side of the House, we have no excuse. We should be standing up for our class, working class people, the public. Instead, we wrap their ideology in the language of fiscal responsibility, of economic prudence, of stewardship of the economy. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is not fiscal responsibility when we balance the books on broken backs. It is not stewardship when the ship has been sold off and the crew left to drown. It's not prudence. It is power maintenance. I give way to the honourable member.
Thank you for giving way, and I hope that the engineers can check that the microphones and speakers are working. Just want to ask a quick question. But he mentions members on this side. There are far more of us on this side since July last year than there were in 2019, with a very different approach taken in our manifestos. And does he fear that the shift in tone that he's suggesting in some of his comments is one of the reasons that we did so badly in 2019, but so well last year?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention, and no, I don't. I mean, look, we've got a distorted electoral system. Bring on PR, because if we had PR, we would have had a different government in 2019, and most definitely, even almost under PR, in 2017. Look, sometimes politicians have to do what they believe to be right, and you have to lead from the front, and I think we should lead from the front. I will give way to the honourable member.
I thank the member for giving way. I compliment him on his bill. To help his argument, there was overwhelming opinion poll support for public ownership of water in 2017, 2019 and today.
I thank the honourable member for his point, and I think something I will come on to later. I hope other members pick up on it. But the fact that the public are way ahead of this House on the issue of public ownership is one of the reasons why so many people are losing faith in the two-party political system. And one only has to look at some political parties, some of the members who aren't in their place, at the Reform Party, for example. They actually have a policy for public ownership of water. Yes, they'll privatise the NHS, but they understand how popular this is, and they're ahead of the curve ahead of us than we are in this side. Really? So I will, on the issue of water, yes, because they're actually talking about, and obviously this is from a seated position, I will say they are, because whether I like it or not, Reform have a policy for water to be owned 50% by pension companies and 50% by the public. I'm afraid to say, as much as it grieves me to say it, that is a policy of public ownership. They're populists. They're listening to a popular voice. Let me make some progress, if I may. I will just make some progress, and then I will give way at a certain point. And I'll also try and keep the volume down a little bit, if I can. The maintenance of a political and economic model that was never built to serve the public. A model designed to shield the wealth of asset holders, landlords, shareholders, corporations, and yes, privatised water companies. But here's the great irony. The very greed, recklessness and contempt of the water industry, their excesses, have cracked open the door. And through that crack, Madam Deputy Speaker, we glimpse an opportunity to shatter the myth of privatisation's inevitability, to break free from the narrow, self-imposed rules that have caged our government's economic choices, to expose its failures, to challenge its dominance, and above all, to show this country there is an alternative. An alternative that is democratic, sustainable, and run in the interests of the many, not the few. We can do it better. I give way.
The honourable member is making a typically impassioned speech, but the point that he makes about the general public being ahead of us, as you say, as he says, where might the same public be when faced with the bill to bring in the nationalisation he is clearly wedded to? Furthermore, in the event we don't have to buy it, if we seize it, the implications for that seizure will cause an economic collapse. At what point will he take responsibility for either of those scenarios when confronting a so-called public, as he says, that is ahead of us on this issue?
I will obviously come to many of those points in my speech, but let me make the one quick point here, which is that I don't believe in nationalisation. This bill has nothing to do with nationalisation. This is about giving the public a say over their water. It's about governance, and it's about standards, and it's about democracy. Let the public... No, you made your point. Let the public... No, I'm going to carry on, make some progress. Let the public...
Mr Lewis, you made your point. I don't believe I was making a point at all. Clive Lewis.
Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend made his point. Yeah. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, the clock is ticking. The climate crisis is no longer a distant warning. It is our lived reality. Rising droughts, creeping desertification, depleted aquifers, wildfires, systemic collapse. These are no longer projections. They are the forecast turned fact. Preparing for this future, adapting to what is now inevitable, has never been more urgent. The evidence is sobering. The UK's water resources are under mounting pressure, not just from the climate emergency, but from rising demand and population growth. Experts now project that England could face significant water supply deficits as early as 2034, unless we act decisively. That's not a distant horizon. That is a little over a decade away. But while the threat has grown, our resilience has shrunk. Because while the climate crisis has intensified, our water infrastructure has stood still, or worse, been sold off, hollowed out, and left to rot. In the 35 years before privatisation, almost 100 reservoirs were built. In the 35 years since privatisation, not one major English reservoir has been built. But it gets worse, because in that same period, private water companies have sold off 25 reservoirs without replacing one. Instead of investing in resilience, they've extracted value. £72 billion paid out in dividends while pipes leak, rivers choke, and the public pays the price. My honourable friend says, how can we afford it? How can we not afford it? That's not mismanagement, it's a betrayal. And if the scientists tell us the climate crisis is an existential threat to humanity and to this country, one second, then we must treat it as such, an existential conflict. In that context, these actions of these companies, setting off reservoirs, failing to invest, polluting our water, they're not just negligent, they are acts that actively undermine our national water security. In any other existential crisis, we might call that what it is, sabotage. And in a time of national peril, sabotage has another name, treason. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me tell you why this matters to me personally. When I served on tour in Afghanistan back in 2009, and it wasn't in a boy band, I experienced something utterly alien to me, the gnawing fear of thirst. Not the mild irritation of forgetting a water bottle, but the deep physical worry that there may not be enough clean water to get through the day. In Britain, we've been blessed. Water falls from the sky. It fills our rivers. It soaks our fields. We joke about it. It's part of who we are. But in Afghanistan, there was no humour, only heat, dust, and desperation. There, I saw children trekking miles through the desert, not for food, not for money, but to beg for clean, bottled water. And once you've seen that, once you've felt that fear, you can never take water for granted again. You never again believe it's something we can waste, we can pollute, or privatise without consequence. And that is why, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have brought forward this bill. Because anger is not enough. Outrage, no matter how justified, will not fix the pipes, stop the sewage, or fill the reservoirs. We need a plan. We need a strategy. We need a future. We can do it better. My water bill delivers that. It sets out the high standards our country deserves and the democratic governance our water system desperately needs. First, it establishes clear, ambitious targets to stop the sewage in our rivers and on our beaches, to restore our water to high ecological and chemical standards, and to deliver universal, affordable access to water as a basic human right. A right we've never had before in this country. It demands a system designed not just to extract profit, but to adapt, to build resilience in the face of climate change, and to harness nature-based solutions that work with the environment, not against it. Second, it transforms governance. This bill introduces representation for workers and local communities on the boards of water companies. It gives voting rights to employees and customers so that those who use and maintain the system have a real say in how it is run. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, water is not a commodity. It is a common good, and those who depend on it and pay for it should help govern it. And third, this bill lays the foundation for a democratic future. It establishes a commission on water ownership to advise the Secretary of State on long-term strategy, looking at international best practice, especially in OECD countries, where public water ownership is the norm, not the exception. And crucially, it creates a citizens' assembly on water ownership to bring the public into the process, to deliberate, to debate, and to decide how we can govern this most precious of resources. Because they care. How do I know this, Madam Deputy Speaker? I know because a small fraction of them are up there in the public gallery today, having travelled from all over the country. I know because of the thousands of emails that have been sent to MPs across this House, and because I know they will never stop campaigning until this injustice is resolved. Because they know you don't protect something by setting it off. You protect it by standing up for it, by involving people in its care and by ensuring it serves the public today, tomorrow, and for generations to come. This bill, my bill, offers a pathway out of crisis. It offers control, resilience, and democracy. It's not just about cleaning up our rivers, it is about cleaning up the system that allowed them to be polluted in the first place. Privatisation isn't a problem. It is the problem. We can do it better. I can hear some on my benches thinking, but we've just passed. I can now. I can hear you thinking.
That's your next
and I'm now for my next trick. No, but I can. I can hear you thinking, but we've just passed the Water Special Measures Act, Clive. What are you talking about? Yes, we have. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm afraid to say it's been watered down. Sorry, I have to get that one in. It doesn't. It was going so well. It was going so well. But it doesn't live up to what was promised. It doesn't live up to what is needed. And it certainly doesn't live up to its name. Now, don't get me wrong. It is a start. I will give way.
I'm grateful, and I would like to congratulate my good and honourable friend for making an excellent speech and for advocating public ownership of water, or the opportunity to make things better. Would you agree with me the mismanagement of the water companies under privatisation? It's a huge indictment of the whole principle. In my area, bills way above inflation, dividends being paid, huge dividends, by borrowing money. Should our government not at the very least be looking at stopping the payment of bonuses and stopping the payment of share dividends while sewage pollution continues and we have this appalling mismanagement of the industry?
I thank my honourable friend for his intervention and his question. I agree with him wholeheartedly, and I'm just about to come to this point in terms of what the Water Special Measures Bill does and doesn't do, and it does address some of those points. But yes, as we've already mentioned and discussed, privatisation isn't just a problem, it is the problem, and it's a big part of why so much has gone wrong. So let me make some progress. The Water Special Measures Bill doesn't live up to what was promised, unfortunately. It doesn't live up to what is needed, and it certainly doesn't, I'm afraid, live up to its name. Now, don't get me wrong, it's a start, and I would like to praise my front bench and the honourable member before me, honourable friend before me, who's done so much work in this area. But unfortunately, it's not a solution. Remarkably, my government's Water Special Measures Bill doesn't even define what clean water means. No standards, no targets, just vague intentions, handed over, once again, to a regulatory system that's already failed us, and the very companies who caused the mess in the first place. It says nothing about better governance and absolutely nothing about the big, fat, humongous elephant in the room. Who owns our water? Because if you don't deal with ownership, you can't deal with accountability. And if you can't deal with accountability, you can forget clean water. No, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must go further on clean water standards, on corporate accountability, and on what happens when companies fail.
Well, my honourable friend, give way.
I will give way.
I thank my gallant friend for giving way on that point. And but does he not accept that in the Water Special Measures Act that there is increased accountability through the fact that many companies in the industry are now rewriting their Articles of Association to ensure that it is not just shareholders that they are accountable to, but also the customers and the users of water too?
I thank my honourable friend for that point, and I would say after 35 years of abject failure, it's too little, too late. And what my bill does is it puts the final nail in the coffin of this sorry chapter of our country's water and water system.
Before we move, will you give way?
I will give way.
I thank him for giving way, and sticking with the pun, can I commend him on the gallons of passion that he has? He's always making waves. He criticises the government's legislation, which is obviously not yet in effect. But does he think that the Cunliffe Commission will go any way to address some of the concerns he outlines?
Unfortunately, I don't, because again, the elephant in the room, who owns our water, has been ruled out of the Cunliffe Commission operational process in terms of it can't actually look at that issue. I have no issue with Sir John Cunliffe, but let's not forget he originates from the Treasury, probably has Treasury brain, and it's part of the reason, that economic orthodoxy, because we are in the place that we are. So I don't have so much confidence in the Cunliffe Commission. I do have far more confidence in the People's Commission on Water that is being run by academics and that will report at the same time. I'll be very interested to hear what they say. So these are the reasons I've brought forward this bill, because the Government's Act does none of those things. Mine does. Take just one example.
I believe that Mr. Lewis probably can't hear the interventions because he's so loud himself. So intervene loud if you wish to intervene. Mr. Lewis.
I wanted to make some progress, sorry. Take this one example. Under this bill, if a water company breaches the terms of its licence with a major sewage discharge, it can forget shareholder payouts and piling on more debt. Do it twice and you're in the last chance saloon. 3 strikes and you're out. Licence terminated, on your bike, and those price-gouging, asset-stripping, river-killing, vulture capitalist outfits, they'll be rolled into the sunset without a penny in compensation. Oh, and those water infrastructure assets they've been sweating for private gain, back into the public realm, thank you very much. And if they start whining about debts, don't worry, we'll do a full audit. What they invested, what they racked up in debt, what they paid out in dividends, and what they stuffed into bloated executive pay packets. And I'll tell you this, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've yet to see a single privatised English water company that'll walk away with anything other than a well-earned spanking and a sharp haircut for its creditors. Those assets will belong to the public once again, and we won't pay a penny more than they are worth. But where will the money come from? How will you invest in publicly owned water without the private sector? I can hear people thinking that. Well, let me tell you where it hasn't come from these past 35 years. I'm mind reading again. Let me tell you, but I will just make some progress here, and then I will give way. But let me tell you where I'm on a roll. Well, let me tell you where it hasn't come from these past 35 years. It hasn't come from private shareholders. It hasn't come from long-term thinking, and it certainly hasn't come from some mythical well of benevolent capitalism. They've put in less than nothing. In fact, they've racked up 60 billion in debt, more than that. Take Thames Water. It's paid more than £7.2 billion in dividends since privatisation and is now, work this out, 15.2 billion in debt and counting. And now they're trying to plug the hole with a £3 billion emergency loan that'll cost 10% in annual interest. That's more than £500 million a year just on interest payments, courtesy of our bills. I will. That money won't build a reservoir. It won't fix a pipe. It won't clean a river, but it will keep a rotten system afloat a little longer. I give way.
I thank my gallant friend for giving way once more. And he makes an impassioned case for public ownership, something which, in the right context, I'm sure members on all sides of the House can celebrate. But does he not agree on the point of the cost of financing to the public, that whilst there are some serious indiscretions in parts of the industry around, for example, in Thames Water's case, that this conversation around the appropriate financing model would not be better entertained at a time when the cost of capital in the private water industry was actually lower than that of public sector borrowing costs, which, of course, we land in a very difficult situation on.
I thank my honourable member for his intervention. Look, the lowest borrowing in the country, without a doubt, is the public sector borrowing section. That is where the cheapest money can be borrowed from. And I think if the private water industry, which has had 35 years to sort this mess out, was going to find investment, it's up to its eyeballs in debt. They are relying on, by 2030, a 50% increase, if you include inflation, on our bills. And that's in the middle of a cost of living crisis. How can we justify that? The answer is we can't. So, and I will give way to my honourable friend.
The day after this seizure of the public assets that he's describing comes with it the billions and billions of pounds of debt. What does he propose to do with that debt other than refinancing, which is exactly where we're at with the industry requirement now, to refinance the debt to try and keep bills down? Instead, he is advocating the public purse take on that private debt.
I thank my honourable member for his intervention. I think I started at the beginning of my now seemingly rather long speech. I think I started by saying of a failure of imagination. Ask what Margaret Thatcher would have done in such a situation when she was faced with similar problems from her political perspective. She fought her way through it. She changed the very fabric of our economy and our democracy and our politics, and she made it work. We can do the same because the public are behind us. They want this to work. I will make some progress. 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 So let's just recap. I don't want to go on too long now. I do want to conclude if I can. No. That money from Thames Water, that £500 million in interest payments, it will keep a rotten system afloat for just a little longer. This is the myth of privatisation. The idea that the private sector will act in the long-term interests of the British public simply because it wants to turn a profit. It is preposterous. And the state of our water is Exhibit A, Thames Water. So where will the investment come from? We can now turn to that. Under public ownership, it will come from the only place it ever should have, from us, the public. And every penny of it will go back into the system, into the pipes, into the rivers, into the seas we swim in, and the water we drink. A direct relationship between what we pay and what we get. No offshore dividends, no bloated bonuses, no debt-laden shell games, just clean, accountable, democratic water. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I was in Afghanistan, every soldier had one critical duty: stay hydrated. To dehydrate was considered a military offence because it put yourself and your team at risk. If someone ran out of water, we didn't debate markets or metrics. We shared what we had. We had each other's backs. And, as the desert-dwelling Fremen in James Herbert's novel June believed, a man's flesh is his own, but the water belongs to the tribe. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's time our water returned to the tribe, to the people, to the public. We can do better. We must. And with this bill, we will. I commend it to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and before I call the next honourable member, I trust that the microphones have been adjusted to their normal tones. And I call Carla Denyer.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for that hospital pass. I will make a note not to follow the honourable member for Norwich South again, if I can help it. I will try to do just a good job and perhaps not speak for quite as long. I am really delighted to be here today to discuss and support this bill, and I thank the honourable member for Norwich South for bringing it forward. It will be no surprise to anyone here today that I'm absolutely in favour of this bill to fix the despicable situation of our waterways, and to do that we need to bring them back into public ownership. This is so important to myself and my Green colleagues that we tabled the first early day motion of this Parliament on the public ownership of water. We highlighted that sewage was discharged into English waterways for more than 3.6 million hours last year. That water companies in England have incurred debts of more than £64 billion and paid out £78 billion, note the similarity of those numbers, in dividends since they were privatised debt-free in 1989. And we pointed out that water companies paid out £1.4 billion in dividends in 2022, even though 11 of them were fined in that very same year for missing performance targets. Privatisation just isn't working. The experiment has failed. We are one of the only countries in the world with a fully privatised water system because it's a bad idea. Water is a natural monopoly. You can't choose, if you live in the South West, as I do, to be supplied by Yorkshire Water. Not that I'm sure you'd want to be, but that's my point. When a provider provides a poor service and charges extortionate sums, you can't take your business elsewhere. There is no fair competition. You get what you get, and you can't get upset about it. But we are upset about it. I'll make a little more progress. We are upset about it because sewage is being pumped into our water and we are paying through the nose for the privilege, all whilst shareholders profit. Yes, I'll give way.
The honourable member for giving way. It was this point about taking business elsewhere. Do the Greens have a policy on how to perpetually nationalise an industry? Because one of the difficulties would be, of course, is that if you nationalise now, a future government can do something very different. So what's the Greens' position on this?
Thank you for that intervention. Well, one of the reasons I support the bill being brought by the member for Norwich South today is that it uses the tool of a citizens' assembly to ask the public how they think it would work and to explore different options for how to do it, rather than predetermining the exact model. Although I will just clarify that I and the Green Party support public ownership of public services, but that does not necessarily mean nationalisation. Before the water companies were privatised, they were owned regionally, and I think that would be a sensible model this time. I also think the Citizens' Assembly might look into other forms of public ownership, like cooperatives, for example. But I'll make some progress now rather than having a long back and forth. Thank you. Paying with inflated bills, paying with our health, and now again, we may be paying with our public money, as the government has said that it is ready to bail out Thames Water. Thames Water was privatised in 1989 with no debt. Since then, it's racked up £14.7 billion in debt, and at the same time, and again, notice the similarity of these numbers, it has paid out £10.4 billion to its shareholders. If that's not a scam, I don't know what is. Privatisation was supposed to keep prices down, but it has done the opposite. And more than 1/3 of those bills are used to pay interest on debt or pay dividends to shareholders. And now, I know that the government is taking some steps to improve the situation, and I do absolutely welcome those steps, so far as they go. But without even considering the option, without even looking into the possibilities of bringing the companies back into public hands, these issues are not likely to go away. Which is why I was disappointed to see that the government's supposed independent commission on the water sector regulatory system is not being allowed, despite being independent, to consider public ownership as one of the options. Though I note with interest the establishment of the People's Commission on the water sector, which will look into this option as part of a broader scope. I will give way.
I thank the member for giving way. This is an area on which I would value her opinion. The aspect of the People's Commission is my greatest concern with this bill, and I wonder if she could somehow assuage my concern. I fear it impinges on the rights of this chamber as the prime expression of democracy in the UK to set up an alternative representative body, and that the two could be brought into conflict. It's a big concern for me. I wonder if there's anything that she can say that might assuage my concern in that respect.
Ridiculous.
I think if honourable members in this House feel threatened by the setting up of a citizens' assembly in order to gather views, then that may be an indication of the weakness of the democracy that we have in this place. I really value the contribution that a citizens' assembly can make. They've been used in other countries. They've been used notably in Ireland. They are a valuable, not a replacement for the House of Commons, but to add extra detail, and I think my honourable member is about to chip in a specific example.
Well, thank you. Would my honourable friend agree with me that, in fact, we have an example of the Citizens' Assembly on climate change, which was established jointly by 6 select committees of this very House a couple of years ago?
I would agree with my honourable friend, and I would also point to Citizens' Assemblies set up by Bristol City Council, and they're particularly strong for looking in depth at detailed specific questions rather than broad topics of how the entire country is run. So I don't see citizens' assemblies as replacing the role of the House of Commons, but supplementing it valuably. I will make some progress now. Thank you. Madam Deputy Speaker.
Point of order, Neil Coyle.
I just ask your direction or discretion, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may. This is a debate. There is no time limit. Is there any way of pressing an individual member to answer during debate, or at least allow a debate to occur? I had a follow-up question that the honourable member seems resistant or reluctant to allow.
The honourable member's point has been... I think you've now seated. You should, and the honourable member does know that it's entirely up to the member who's providing the speech whether they wish to take or reject an intervention, just that it's up to the member making the intervention to either persist or resign from making that intervention. We'll let the debate continue, but you are right, there is time. Carla.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The provision of water...
Say.
One last time, though, you are pushing it. The honourable member is pushing it.
Very, very grateful. Look, the reason I persist is because the Citizens' Assembly has come up, and my question previously was how does a government, any government, bind the future action of another government, a democratically elected government? A Citizens' Assembly doesn't have the power to do that, and I'm intrigued how the Greens believe a Citizens' Assembly can bind a future government of any political persuasion into not re-privatising a water industry.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Of course, a current government cannot bind a future government on a decision like that indefinitely, and I don't believe I was suggesting that that was the case. But given, as I pointed out earlier, that England is one of the very few countries in the entire planet that has a fully privatised water system, I sincerely suspect and hope that once we returned to a public system, it would be more likely to stay that way, as both elected representatives and the public would see that it performed better without the profit motive. Yes, Alan.
One of the reasons why I think the issue of whether something can be taken out of public control or put back into privatisation, of course, Parliament is sovereign. That can always happen. But the whole point about giving over-control to the public is, if you think about the NHS, this is a public service. Any government in the post-war period could have taken the NHS back into privatisation. But why didn't they? Because it was so publicly damaging to them, so politically destructive, they wouldn't dare do it. And that's what you could do with our water. Would my honourable friend agree with that point?
Member responds to that intervention. Can I please remind people in the public gallery to remain silent? Carla.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for Norwich South for that helpful reminder and analogy with the National Health Service, of course. Now, public ownership is not just essential for social and environmental justice. It's also, in this situation, a pragmatic necessity. It just makes sense, which is why almost everyone else does it this way. With water back in public hands, the government could invest in fixing that crumbling infrastructure and in cleaning up our rivers or preventing them getting in such a state in the first place, without hemorrhaging money to shareholders and spilling over, sorry, I couldn't resist, into fat cat salaries. With people struggling to put food on the table and heat their homes, we cannot allow water companies to contribute to that situation by hiking the bills that everyone has to pay. We won't stop sewage flowing into our rivers and profits flowing into shareholders' pockets without real change. Now, there is an obvious answer where both people and the environment are the winners. The government could bring the water companies back into public hands if it so chooses, to end the profiteering, to drive down bills, to protect our rivers, waterways and coastline, and to catch up with the public, who, as the Honourable Member for Norwich South pointed out earlier, is way ahead of the Labour government on this issue and on much else.
I now call Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I congratulate my honourable friend for introducing this bill, because whatever my position on the detail of the bill and of the history of what's happened in our water industry, I think we would all agree how important it is that we have a proper debate and discussion about water. And I have the privilege, unlike many of the members here today, of having served in the last Parliament, where water and sewage discharge was a constant topic of conversation. It is absolutely right that we talk about it, but it's also right that we act. I'm now proud to be in the government party of a government that has begun to act on the very big challenges facing us with water. But I congratulate my honourable friend too for his enormous passion. He brings that, of course, to all of the issues he cares about, and nobody could say that he doesn't believe passionately in what he's talking about today. And he's right, as I say, to shine a light on the failures of the water industry, the profits that people are making, while organisations such as Surfers Against Sewage are having to deal with the very real issue of paddling through sewage. Trying to be polite, Madam Deputy Speaker. But we have to go right back in time to why the system was set up. It was designed to, when the water companies were privatised, to avoid taxpayer investment, to get the private sector to pay. But that, of course, meant the need for dividends, and we've seen how that works. Now, my right honourable friend talked about the last chance saloon, 2 strikes and you're out for water companies. He seemed to suggest, well, he's suggesting in his bill that the second time the state would just take the assets and run them. But the taxpayer would still pick up an enormous bill for that. And of course, it's important to reflect the context that we find ourselves in today, whether we're talking about investment in water, investment in our railways, investment in the 700,000 pupils who are in schools that are not fit for purpose, in the hospitals that are crumbling, including the 14 hospitals built with reinforced aerated concrete, which I had the opportunity to visit in the last Parliament and see how those will be not fit for purpose within the next 5 years, and they need money investing in them. We need money investing in our roads, and it is great that the government is putting money into potholes. That's a start, but we know we actually need more than that. We need those roads. I cycle, and I find that the potholes cause me enormous grief. I'm constantly breaking a spoke, and do you know how much a spoke's about £1.50, but to get your wheel tree-trued, I'm not expert enough to do that myself, costs a lot of money. This is actually money hitting the pockets of our constituents. Not about me, but all of those people have those problems. And when I've had the opportunity to spend a lot of time in Northamptonshire, where I commend my honourable friend, the member for Wellingborough, who has fought a tough campaign against potholes in her constituency, underlining how poor the council has been at having a proper management plan for its roads, and her excellent work in that respect, highlighting the problems, challenging and looking at the contracts from the council, has led to the announcement in just the last week by the government about investing in potholes. They have taken her blueprint from Wellingborough and they are applying it to the country. But this all costs money. So we've got roads, railways, the water industry, we have schools, we have hospitals, all in dire need. We needed that money to go into the NHS to reduce waiting lists, which have been reducing now for 5 months in a row. We're seeing those waiting lists go down. Constituents of mine were in desperate straits. Anyone who had a bit of money was paying privately to have their hip replaced, but the constituents I visited who didn't have that money were on a long, slow waiting list as their health deteriorated and they're unable to work, unable to go about their lives. And we have to see this in the context of all of that money that needs to be spent. A year ago, Madam Deputy Speaker, I produced a list of what I call the big nasties. I've highlighted some of them. Others include the fact that we have not yet in this country decommissioned a single nuclear submarine. That is a cost that is not just in money terms needs to be done, but we're now finding it hard to bring submarines into port to repair them. It's something that's been left for decades and it's fallen onto this government to resolve. I now gather that the first is being decommissioned, thanks again to a Labour government being in power. We have real problems at the Animal Health Centre in Weybridge, where we do not have space to deal with 2 zoonotic diseases at the same time. This is a centre that is to deal with those difficult diseases. They have to have special facilities so that no contaminants can escape. And if we were hit by 2 zoonotic diseases in this country, we would be in a catastrophic situation. This was left by the last government, not dealt with for 14 years. And then we have Porton Down. Well, Porton Down in 2017 was going to be moved and rebuilt, and again dealing with some of the most difficult scientific issues that can have a catastrophic effect if it's not there to deal with. What has happened? No movement at all. Again, it's fallen to this government to spend something around 700 million was spent, nothing achieved. This government's picked up the pieces. I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Thank my honourable friend for making a really powerful speech and intervention in this debate. I wanted to just say there are a few things here about the cost of this. One of them is the fact that we would control the assets. The assets would come off the balance sheet. That would be one mitigating factor. The second is the fact that throughout history in the post-war period, from British Leyland, rail track, in 1945 and afterwards in the post-war period on coal, steel, gas, civil aviation, even the Bank of England, we paid less than the market value. And I explained at the beginning that this is about a mindset. And you can do an audit of what they've taken out, what money they have extracted from our economy, and then you can pay them an appropriate rate and return. It may well be that you pay them nothing, but they may get something. Their creditors may take a haircut, but frankly that is better than our constituents taking a continuous haircut with their bills.
Well, I thank my honourable friend for that point, and I hear again his passion and his helpful iteration of some of those historic examples. But I would also say that let's be clear who the shareholders are. It's very often our pension funds, and there's a fiduciary duty of pension fund trustees to make sure that they are maximising the income for those pensioners. And if that doesn't happen, we know what happens. You have effectively the taxpayer picks up the tab. We also have Others, there was the reality of privatisation, that there was a drive to have a shareholder society. We can argue about whether that was the right thing or wrong thing to do. I think we probably would agree in many respects on that. But the reality is that is the situation now. And only earlier today, before this House was sitting, I was on a call about constituents who had lost money in an investment, who are in a desperate situation. In that case, it was because of criminal activity by a fraudster. But their life savings went. For people who have invested and bought these shares, the idea that those individuals, often very humble families, people who worked hard all their lives and used their money to buy these shares, they would need to have some compensation. So tempting as it may sound, if we were speaking in a student debating society, saying, well, just take it all back and forget the impact. We cannot forget the impact, because the impact is often on low-paid or hard-working people who are taxpayers too. So they would end up paying a double whammy. I'll give way to someone.
To the chair of the Treasury Select Committee for giving way, and also for her wise words about actually the risk that shareholders take when they make an investment. But has she considered the alternative? At the moment we're talking about privatisation or nationalisation, but the alternative is mutualisation, where all the customers of the water companies would then own and control those companies on their own behalf.
Awful lot of people hearing people think today in the chamber, because the honourable gentleman has anticipated further comments. I'm proud to be a Labour and Co-op MP, so I will move to some of the thoughts I have about how one day we may be able to move to that nirvana of co-ownership. But we've seen too often the dividends and bonuses that have been paid without investment in the infrastructure. I think that is really where I think my honourable friend and I would agree, that we have a privatisation model that was supposed to deliver investment on the back of people putting in money and paying shares. In return for getting a dividend, there would also be an investment. But we haven't seen enough of that. And water customers, of course, under the rules, would bear a share of the cost. In Hackney, under Thames Water, which has been obviously a poster company for the problems in this sector, the cost of bills are going up by over a third. I've had a number of constituents write to me just in the last fortnight, very, very worried about their water bills. And when we talk about money in this place, we can talk about millions and billions. But actually, £100 a month is a very great deal of money for many of my constituents. If I just to set that in context, if I may, for a moment, Madam Deputy Speaker, in my constituency, I have a number of fantastic street markets. Ones where you can buy fruit and veg at a reasonable price, one where you can buy clothes and underwear at a reasonable price, and one where it's very lovely, Broadway Market, absolutely love it, but sourdough bread there is about £5 a loaf. There are constituents of mine who don't have £5 left at the end of a month, let alone at the end of a week, and that is the margins that people are working on. So the water bill costs are a very significant issue, which is another reason I'm really delighted to be here today, supported by colleagues of all parties who want to talk about water and the challenges of it. So, the nationalisation argument sounds appealing to many on the face of it, but there is a cost, and it's not a hidden cost. It's a cost to those people who have bought shares in good faith, those pension funds that are investing, and there is a cost, an upheaval to turning round an organisation. Where would you get the people to run a nationalised water company? It would probably be likely to be the same executives if they were to take the pay cut to do it. There isn't a wealth of expertise, and I spent a decade examining the work of Whitehall and the civil servants. There are excellent civil servants in this country who've done some amazing work. Many of the ones who didn't do such amazing work were in front of the Public Accounts Committee. But there are people who are very good, but the idea that you can just find somebody who's got the technical and management expertise to run a major water company overnight is a challenge. If you take the corollary, and one of the things I'm passionate about is I'd like to see in-sourced services in our hospitals, for example. But having had intense conversations with executives at my local hospital, the challenge is when you haven't done something in the public sector for many years, it takes a very long time to build up the expertise to do that. So take catering. If you don't cater well in a hospital, you can kill patients. So you need to make sure you've got the whole management structure in place to deliver on those skills. And the same with the water companies. It's not as easy as saying one day it's private, the next day it's national, no problem at all. The upheaval would be immense, and so we have to have a measured plan. And I think that this government, and I'll go on to it in a little later, has begun to develop that plan, but doing it in a measured way for all the reasons that I will outline. I'm going to talk a bit about what this government's going to do to improve the situation, and then about the Honourable Gentleman's Bill. But I do want to just touch on the comments made by the Honourable Member for Bristol Central. I'm very interested in her passionate commitment to citizens' juries. She's been elected, which is a privilege, as we all know, to represent our constituents in this place. And yet, a month after election, she's wanting to pass responsibility for the very big and difficult decisions to a citizens' jury, rather than take responsibility for decisions as an elected MP. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Honourable Member for giving way, because I think it's important to correct perhaps a misapprehension among some members on the opposite side of the House, arising perhaps out of a potentially inadvertent misreading of the text of the bill here. So the section on the Citizens' Assembly on water ownership simply says, Section 4, the Commission must publish the recommendations of the Citizens' Assembly. It doesn't say this House will hereby delegate responsibility for making decisions about water sector ownership to the Citizens' Assembly. It simply suggests setting up a structure which, as I previously intervened on, has already been used by this House to provide the opportunity for the general public to consider in depth an issue of complexity. Thank you.
But my point is very clear, that just as very famously many years ago, a certain Mr. Ratner talked about people the price of a prawn sandwich in Marks and Spencer and the price of earrings in his store. People do not want to be on the board of Marks and Spencer to get a decent prawn sandwich. They just want to buy the decent prawn sandwich. And while I am my political foundations are in devolution, neighbourhood structures, working and listening to people. But actually, ultimately, we have to take responsibility ourselves. And one of the challenges about citizens' juries, which I have been around for very many years, I'm looking here at Section 4 of the bill, as the Honourable Lady has highlighted, that what we can have this engagement, but a citizens' assembly is lengthy, costly, and we know that not everybody attends the whole time. And how would you select people? There are many, many challenges in setting up a citizens'. I'll give way to the Honourable Lady.
To give way. I'm sorry.
Please, the intervention should be short. Ellie Chowns.
I will remind the House briefly that all of these issues are very well investigated and understood, and this House has used this mechanism effectively prior to now.
Madam Deputy Speaker, in my experience, 20 years in this House, once this has been used in 2019 by a selection of select committees, not by the government of the day. And I have been around, I'm not aware of the first debates about citizens' juries nearly 30 or so years ago. And there are many challenges to delivering this. But the danger is we rate...
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does she agree with me that one of the concerns with citizen assemblies is one of gaining the confidence of the public? We often hear, I'm sure many of us, concerns when people see opinion polls. People say, well, I wasn't interviewed and therefore I have no confidence. And secondly, there will be no power to compel someone to be on a citizens' assembly. So how do you have confidence in a body that only contains those who are willing to take part?
Absolutely, and I think we do, absolutely. I think we would all agree that we talk all the time to constituents, whether it's on doorsteps and public meetings and other fora, which is absolutely our job. I say to constituents every week when I'm on their doorsteps, I'm here because I need your expertise. I can't do my job without you. But it is a very cumbersome task to be on the Citizens' Assembly. It requires people to devote a great deal of time, and that is a certain subset of society that has got the time to do that. Many of my constituents are working 3 or 4 jobs and struggling to survive and do not have the time to do this, and their voices need to be heard too. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the Honourable Lady. I declare an experience in this, in that I have set up, through Herefordshire Council, a citizens' assembly. A process called sortition is used to ensure a fully representative sample. Participants are paid for their time so that participants of all socio-economic backgrounds can participate, and additional efforts are made to ensure that underrepresented groups participate. Would the Honourable Lady acknowledge that such an institution might perhaps be more representative of the general public than this House, in which 2/3 of the MPs were elected by only 1/3 of the electorate?
Hear, hear. Okay, well, we can have an endless debate, I think, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I will be careful not to try your patience about the difference between selecting people through this process, which I'm very well aware of how that process works, compared with how our electoral system works. But in the end, we face our electorate afterwards, and they can reject us. Many colleagues have been sacked at 4 o'clock in the morning on the television because the electorate rejected them or their party. You do not have the same power over a citizens' assembly. But let's be clear. So perhaps I should just talk a bit more in more detail, Madam Deputy Speaker, Section 4 of the Water Bill as proposed by my honourable friend. And it says, within 4 months of being established under subsection 3, the Commission on Water must establish a citizens' assembly on water ownership. And this would consider different models of water ownership and make recommendations for reforms to water ownership and governance.
Before she moves on, I thank my honourable friend for giving way. And I think it's deeply patronising to suggest to my constituents that they would be guaranteed the same job after serving on the Citizens' Assembly. You cannot force or compel McDonald's to retain someone on a 0-hour contract that thankfully this government will scrap. But is it not typical? Is it not typical of the Green Party to shirk responsibility to a Citizens' Assembly? Because we see this on housing, on wind farms and on onshore energy. They are shirking their responsibilities in Bristol, in Brighton and east of England. So it's a classic similar situation with this.
Well, I certainly think that the point about job security is obviously absolute one. As I said, many of my constituents work 3 or 4 jobs and are struggling to survive. I'll give way to my
honourable friend for giving way. I'd just like to inform the Madam Deputy Speaker. Just like to inform the House that the Employment Rights Bill actually outlaws exploitative 0-hour contracts, and I think it's something that members of this House, especially on this side of the House, should constantly talk about.
Absolutely, and I think that's yet another example of why it's good to be having a Labour government.
On this point of clause 4A. I thank my right honourable friend for giving way, and particularly for highlighting clause 4A. I was actually quite disappointed with the response from the member for Bristol Central to my very sincere intervention earlier, and I think this. What we've heard is many members have made their minds up about the form of ownership. They're determined for nationalisation. So my question is, if the Citizens' Assembly came to a conclusion that was not for nationalisation, I'd have to ask people, would they agree with the Citizens' Assembly, in which case what is the point of this House, or would they ignore the Citizens' Assembly, in which case what is the point of the Citizens' Assembly?
Well, I think that is one of the challenges. You set up this lengthy and expensive process, and then it doesn't actually necessarily hold any sway. But look, as I was going through clause 4, because I think as we're getting into the detail of the Citizens' Assembly, I'm sensing there's an appetite to discuss this. So if I could perhaps lay out a bit more before I take any further interventions, Madam Deputy Speaker, we'll be here all day, but I suppose that's what today's for. But the Citizens' Assembly would support the work, the Commission would support the work of the Citizens' Assembly. To support it, the Commission on Water must undertake a public consultation on water ownership in which all individuals who use water and sewage services in England and Wales can participate. Hallelujah to that. Absolutely a good, strong, well-founded public consultation. We could all go out to our constituencies and do round tables and knock on doors and ask people what they have to say, what they think about water, though I think most of us have got quite a strong indication from our constituents, from our mailbox, from our time on doorsteps, and from all, I haven't got into yet, Madam Deputy Speaker, all the issues in the waterways in Hackney, which are utterly appalling when it comes to sewage discharge, and I think we do need to make sure that we have that public consultation. I'll give way to the honourable lady.
The overwhelming public support for public ownership of water, as she has just indicated from the level of concern in her constituency, I'm confused why she is so dogged in her pursuit of continued privatisation.
I urge Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable lady, to listen to what I said. I did not say I had overwhelming people saying they wanted public ownership. Certainly not. They are saying there is a problem, and they're saying, you lot are in government, you need to sort it out. And over the last 20 years I've been in this place, and in the last Parliament in particular, there was endless discussion in this place about how to resolve this, and stasis in the government, and now we have a government that's acted to begin to tackle some of these huge challenges. And I give real credit to my right honourable friend who has engaged massively with members across the House on this issue, because she's absolutely aware of the issues, partly because many of us across the House have lobbied her because our constituents have lobbied us. So I don't think there's a doubt about the problem. The issue is about the solution. So absolutely have a big public consultation, but that's to inform the work of then the Citizens' Assembly. And then Part 3 of Section 4 says the Citizens' Assembly must, and I quote in paragraph A, be composed of a randomly selected representative sample of users of water and sewerage services in England and Wales, and B, consider any matters which the Commission refers it to in relation to water ownership. So before I give way, I just wanted to be clear that that is a randomly selected representative sample of users, and the bill is silent on the model. Now, I appreciate what the Honourable Lady for Herefordshire has highlighted, in that there is a science to doing this, but this bill is silent on how it would be done.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. And returning to the point around the construction of citizen assemblies, I take very much on board the concept that's being used locally. But when one has to travel 10 minutes, perhaps, to a meeting on an evening after work, it's a very, very, very different order of magnitude. You can't intervene on an intervention. One cannot intervene on an intervention, but I would not wish to get in the way of Madam Deputy Speaker.
Right, you'll conclude quickly.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the cost implications of asking members of the public to travel to another point of the country, and I speak as somebody. These things are inevitably in London. As somebody whose constituency is 250 miles from London, I'd be very concerned about members of my community being left out of such a consultation.
Before the member responds to that intervention, I know it's Friday, but you do not intervene on an intervention. Interventions are short, not speeches. Dame Meg Hillier.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think my honourable friend makes some absolutely vitally important points, and we've seen from citizens' juries, including in Ireland, which has actually got a well-worn route for using these for their referenda, that people do drop out, they don't always attend, because life gets in the way, and that's why we're elected to make those decisions. We're elected to make hard decisions, we're elected to defend difficult issues, as well as we can't make the world like land and milk and honey, certainly not after the inheritance we received from the last government, after 14 years of mismanagement. But we have very big challenges, and we need to tackle those, and it's very heavy pressure on citizens' jury. But the key thing here is, whatever the best practice, the bill does not go into the detail on that. So we cannot assume that the good practice that the Honourable Lady has highlighted in her constituency is necessarily what would apply, let alone the challenges that other honourable members have raised. The Honourable Lady for Bristol Central is also perhaps I'm surprised, really, that a member of her party is so willing to pass responsibility over, except when I look at what's happened in Brighton. Because when the Greens controlled Brighton Council, I'll put aside the rubbish collection for a moment and the infighting that went on, but just look at the issue with the I-360. So that is the tower that is now a tourist attraction in Brighton. But the company behind it went bust with over £50 million of debt. And it was the Green-run council that provided £36 million of public money to pay for that vanity project. And in the end, taxpayers in Brighton and Hove were left £51 million out of pocket, leaving Brighton and Hove Council paying £2 million a year for the foreseeable future. So I don't think we need to take any lectures from the Green Party about how to manage public money, because when they've been in power, they can't do it. So no wonder they want to pass responsibility to a citizens' jury rather than take responsibility for themselves. But I want to turn... I've been diverted, Madam Deputy Speaker, but I think it's a useful... before I move on to my next point, I will take one more diversion.
And it's not just the Green Party in this country that causes such significant challenges. If you look at the demands of the Green Party in Germany on the then government to stop using nuclear energy has directly contributed to the reliance on Putin, and Germany is struggling as a result today. The Greens should not be trusted with any economy anywhere.
Does she agree? Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I think I'll move on from the Green Party, because the subject today, and I wouldn't want to try your patience, is about the water bill that my honourable friend has put forward. But I do want to use a moment to talk about the challenges that we are seeing in water. Nobody would argue that there is not a problem that we're having to deal with. And I just take my wonderful constituency of Hackney South and Shoreditch, and the River Lee, which is an absolutely amazing resource. It runs through my constituency, but up into further beyond London. And in 2023, there were 1,060 instances of sewage discharge into the River Lee. We don't have the figures for 2024 yet. That amounted to 11,502 hours of sewage discharge from storm overflows. And if that's not bad enough, it's almost double the previous year, 2022, when sewage was discharged into the River Lee for 5,891 hours. So it's been getting worse. We have been raising it in this House. And in the last Parliament, not enough happened to tackle this, and now, thank goodness, we've got a Labour government beginning to act and make sure that water companies are taken into account. And the Lee has a damning assessment of water quality, an overall classification of bad, failing on chemical standards, and with bad ecological health, which is a tragedy. When we worked so hard to get our waterways cleaned up during the run-up to the 2012 Olympics, which was a major boost to East London, and now we have that bad ecological health. And on a hot sunny day on Hackney marshes, which sadly no longer in my constituency after the boundary changes, you see people swimming in the river, and there is not a place you should be swimming. It's one of the most polluted rivers in the country, and it should be a blue lung for East Londoners, and we need to get this tackled. Research by Thames 21... Sorry, certainly give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the member for giving way this point. She's making a very important point here about river pollution, and she's absolutely right. Would she also agree that there is an issue relating to planning on this, where there are too many paved spaces, too much runoff is not available to go into the groundwater. Therefore, we have to have a holistic approach which includes much more assertive planning policies on drainage. Otherwise, we end up with sewage in our rivers during periods of heavy rainfall.
I thank my right honourable friend for that. I say friend because Madam Deputy Speaker, the honourable gentleman, and I served very effectively together in Islington when he was obviously the MP, but I was a junior councillor for 8 years in his patch, and I know his passion in this area. Absolutely on the runoff. It's very interesting that in some councils, I'm really still behind on planning issues, so the people who pave over their front gardens are still allowed to do that in some areas, and in others they're expected to put blocks in for the tyres of a vehicle, but have drainaways, soakaways around that. And we need much more of that. And this is a debate that he and I have been involved with for, 30 years in my case, longer. I bow to him and his experience on this and others, and yet we still see challenges in the planning system that don't allow for that. I really welcome the government's changes, and we'll see the full detail of the changes in planning, but the move to just look at planning differently and make sure that we are building in this sort of resilience into our areas. We have small areas of flood risk in my constituency around the Lee Valley, and we need to look at how we can make sure if it's appropriate to build homes there, we can manage some of that flood risk through some of these mitigations. And it's very, very important that we do that. And if we don't do that, what also happens on the canal, we've just talked about the River Lee, is that we see rubbish washed down from the streets because the water sweeps it down to the canal side, and many of my canal dwellers get very concerned, as I'm sure his constituents do too, about that rubbish that gets collected. So the River Lee, as I was saying, the research by Thames 21 and University College London shows the amount of fecal E. coli bacteria in the river regularly exceeds international standards. And Madam Deputy Speaker, it pains me to stand up and say this because I love my constituency, and I think part of my job is to big it up and tell everyone the great things. Yeah. Unfortunately, sometimes we just have to call out the problems. So it is a real concern. And of course, my constituency is served by Thames Water. Thames Water discharged sewage into the Thames for more than 300,000 hours in 2024. But what's really shocking is only 4 years earlier, sewage was discharged for just under 19,000 hours, or 18,443 hours. We thought that was bad, and it has exponentially increased. 53, and it's 50% more sewage than in 2023, when sewage was discharged into the Thames for 196,000 hours. We're an international city in London. I mean, it is unbelievable that our river is so dirty, and we need to get this resolved. And nationally, none of our rivers are considered to be in good chemical health, which is according to the National from the Rivers Trust. That means every river in England contains chemicals that are known to cause harm. And figures published just yesterday by the Environment Agency revealed untreated sewage, including human waste, wet wipes and condoms, was released into waterways for more than 3.62 million hours in 2024. In 2016, just 8 years since that data, the comparable figure was 100,533 hours. So we're seeing a really big deterioration, and that's why we need to act. And I look forward to hearing from my colleague on the front bench about some of the activity that the government is taking to tackle this. And if sewage on its own is not a reason to look at how we tackle water, the problem of security of supply is a very big concern. I had the privilege, Madam Deputy Speaker, of chairing the Public Accounts Committee in this place for 9 years, was on the committee for longer than that. And in 2020, the Public Accounts Committee found that there is a serious risk that the country will run out of water in the next 20 years. And we weren't a committee tending to use hyperbole. We're looking at the facts. This is work from the National Audit Office that we would build our reports on. We would question witnesses about it. 20 years since 2020. We're already 5 years into that programme. What a challenge my right honourable friend and the government has to try and resolve this in such a short time, because 15 years isn't as long as it seems when you're dealing with such big issues. The security of supply is threatened by increasing demand and diminishing supply. Factors, of course, include population growth in parts of the country, urbanisation and development, and my honourable friend raised the points about how we deal with this in planning. It's absolutely vital that water supply is built into new developments, the new towns the government's proposing, and all the housing developments that we hope to see. Climate change has obviously been a factor as well. Unsustainable abstraction when water is removed from the natural environment, and I won't try your patience, Madam Deputy Speaker, but the issue of chalk streams in this country is a scandal, and once damaged, they are gone forever. And we have been raping our environment for water company profit, and that has to stop. And we've seen a growth, of course, of water-intensive industries like data centres, which are causing issues for electricity, but also for water. And we need to have a proper planning process for that. So a lot of it does come back to the government's stance on taking a proactive approach to making sure that planning isn't a blocker, but actually helps deliver the solutions that we need. In 2022, the government updated Ofwat's strategic policy statement to include an objective for the regulator to increase resilience in the long term. And in 2024, the National Infrastructure Commission recommended the government and Ofwat ensure that water companies' plans are sufficient to increase water supply to meet demand for an additional 4,800 million litres a day by 2050. But all of these numbers are all very well. We just know there is a big challenge now. The government will be publishing an updated national framework for water in the summer of this year. I think my right honourable friend probably never gets a holiday, the amount of work she has to do. We have water, basically, but not in the places we need it. We haven't built a reservoir for decades. And as a child of the 1976 drought, I know, unbelievable, but but it's true. No. I remember those days and the impact that it has on your behaviour when, in my case, not standpipes in the street, but many families in this country had to go with a bottle to a standpipe in the street to get their water. Water is a precious commodity, but we really learnt it then. I remember we were all told not to have the tap running when we cleaned our teeth, habits that we all should all keep to. I dare lecture people, but to this day. But running the tap when you're washing up, no, absolutely not. I learnt those habits about water preservation at the age of 7, okay, I'll admit it, at the age of 7, and they have never left me. But it was a serious point that was a real crisis in 1976. Here we are in 2025, and we have many of those same challenges now, and I don't envy my right honourable friend for the challenges that she's seeking to address. But the government is acting on this. The Water Special Measures Act has been introduced, and that includes, quite properly, criminal liability for water executives. You can't just hide behind the corporate and say it was someone else's fault. We have to have people stepping up. And in my over a decade on the Public Accounts Committee, failure is always an orphan, isn't it? No, when something goes wrong, we used to call it public accounts tennis, when we'd say who's in charge, who was responsible, and they'd all look at each other like this, waiting to see who would jump forward. But we need to, so actually making that a criminal liability sounds very draconian, and it is, but it's absolutely vital that if you're heading an operation of this importance on the pay that you're being paid to deliver, you need to take real responsibility and make sure you've got those systems in place in your organisation. And if the buck stops with you, you will take that very seriously. This criminal liability includes imprisonment for water executives when companies fail to cooperate or obstruct investigations. The Act also introduces a bonus ban for chief executives and senior leadership unless high standards are met on protecting the environment, consumers and financial resilience. And we can talk a bit more maybe about Thames Water in a moment. And of course it introduces automatic penalties for environmental pollution and makes sure that in real time that pollution is being measured, because one of the things discovered in the last Parliament is, for all the talk about measuring sewage, it wasn't being measured in real time. A lot of the indicators were not there, so that it was easy to dodge the real numbers that we are now seeing exponentially increasing for sewage discharge. The Act also introduces the Independent Water Commission, which I welcome. Its regulator, it was launched in October of last year and is chaired by the former Deputy Governor of the Bank of England, Sir John Conlon. It's intended to deliver a reset to the sector and is expected to be the biggest review of the water industry since privatisation. This will be the platform, I say to my honourable friend who's introduced this bill today, for discussions about the future. His bill, tempting though it may be to him to want to get this passed today, will not deliver in the time frame that he would want it to. Take a while. Let us take a measured stance, look closely at the independent commission, and I'll be watching it very closely. I warn my right honourable friend, I will be watching it and asking questions about it, because we do need to see that overview from every angle. And I think Sir John Conlon is an independent individual who will make be very tough with the government on this issue.
Well,
I'll give way.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. She has criticised previously in her speech the proposal for citizens' assemblies, saying that we should have the confidence to make political judgments in this House for the future of our water companies. Can she explain the difference between why she supports having an independent water commission but doesn't support the proposal for a citizens' assembly?
Because a citizens' assembly would, as I've gone, I won't repeat, Madam Deputy Speaker, all of the issues about people's attendance and difficulty achieving it, and people who come into it. This is somebody who is, I'm not sure actually if he is being paid to do the job, quite often people are, given time to devote to it, but also has access to a lot of technical expertise and data. And I've spent more than a decade looking at these sorts of reviews and how they collect information. They have powers to receive that information and the expertise to analyse it. I've had the privilege of working with the National Audit Office for a long period of time, and I know the level of expertise that goes into analysing this, which is quite intense and immense, especially when you're dealing with money, infrastructure and water. I'll give way finally to my honourable friend.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. I'll be very brief. There is a crisis of democracy, and I think what my honourable friend just mentioned was that we're rejecting citizens' assembly, where they can have the technical support and the technical capacity there as well, but we give that voice to the public. But instead, we've decided to give it to Sir John Conlon, a lifelong insider in the Treasury who works in the City of London and who will make a decision based on their interests. Can you not see, honourable friend, the problem here and the lack of confidence the public have about the democratic decisions that are being taken by people like that?
Yeah. Well, I think the honourable gentleman is being particularly personal about Sir John Conlon. I have to say I've not met, but I know. But the point is that he will not be making the decisions. It will go to ministers. And just, if I may, just briefly, Madam Deputy Speaker, because I'm aware that time is marching on. There are 6 key areas where the Commission is seeking views, and that's the point. It's not just Sir John Conlon. It is seeking views, and that is, and I'll just rattle through them, and then I will sit down, Madam Deputy Speaker. But the strategic management of water. The overarching regulatory system, economic regulation, environmental and drinking water regulation, water company ownership models and asset health and supply chains. Each of those has a degree of technical challenge, which means that he will be seeking, any of us and our constituents, I hope we are all asking constituents to contribute to this, can put in, but frankly there will also be a lot of technical experts in these areas that will also need to input, and then he will have to put that in a way to ministers. And also the other thing about this is that ministers do not have to accept what he has to say, but if they do want to go into any of that in more detail, as presumably that my right honourable friend would have the power, of course she has the power, she's the minister, to go and seek further information. I'm aware that when commissions are set up badly, they can be a problem for government, but this is, I think, a very thorough approach, and it is right that after all of these years of privatisation, the recent extensive challenges, particularly around sewage discharge, that it's easy to think you can just rush in and sort it out, but actually we need to do it in a measured way. I'm always impatient too. We all get elected to make change tomorrow, but realistically, and I've looked at failed projects for over a decade, if you rush in and you don't plan right, you spend more money and you often have failure. I could list them, but Madam Deputy Speaker, I won't try your patience any further. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And could I start by absolutely complimenting my good friend, the member for Norwich South, on his passion, on his commitment, on his knowledge and his determination. And also, if I may say so, I'm really grateful that he mentioned the late, great David Graeber in his introduction. He was a good friend to both of us, amazing young man, amazing philosopher, and sadly taken from us too soon. I think his family will be really chuffed that the member for Norwich South included him in his speech on something so fundamental as the right to fresh, clean water for all of us. And this bill seeks to do that, recognising that water is an absolutely essential and basic need. Therefore, something that is so universal and so essential surely ought to be completely in public hands. Most countries all around the world do not even countenance the idea of privatising water. They say it is our public responsibility to ensure that we conserve water and we provide clean and safe water for everybody. So when the government of Margaret Thatcher and others privatised water in the 1980s, many of us strongly opposed it. I think I'm the only member in the chamber that was here that had the privilege of voting against privatisation at that time. We predicted it would lead to a rip-off of the public sector. It would lead to asset stripping of the land and other resources that the water boards had built up. And also we pointed out that the water infrastructure we enjoy, the reservoirs in Wales, the reservoirs in Scotland, all the reservoirs all over England, the piping, the sewage works and all the other hugely complex infrastructures were all, for the most part, not all, but for the most part, were built by public enterprise and public investment. And we all laud the work of Bazalgette in producing a sewage system for London. That wasn't done by the private sector. It was done by Victorian investment in a public structure to bring about a proper treatment of sewage and treatment of water to provide clean water for the people of London. So can't we just be proud of the public investment that brought about the water system that we've got, and then recognise that since 1989, when water was privatised, when that bill went through, as the member pointed out, 72 billion pounds has been taken out in dividends by the water companies. That amounts to £2 billion a year not invested in water, not invested in new pipes, not invested in protecting the system we've got. These profits are absolutely extraordinary. And the member for Hackney South just pointed out quite correctly the levels of pollution that's flowing into our rivers now. I can't get my head around the idea that 300,000 hours of sewage is pumped into the Thames in the last year alone. Add that to the Severn, add that to the Trent, add that to the Humber, add that to the Mersey, add that to all the great rivers all over this country, and then you realise the scale of the problem we're dealing with. And then you also realise what happens to that. That goes into the sea, and what happens? That comes back in fish. That comes back in polluted water. It doesn't stop at the end of the river mouth. It goes into the oceans to create further global water pollution. Surely we can do much better than we are doing at the present time. And therefore, I absolutely welcome the Honourable Member's bill. And I invite members to look seriously at Clause 1 and Clause 2 of this bill. Clause 1 sets out the requirements on the Secretary of State. The requirements on the Secretary of State to look at issues of prioritisation of investment, collaboration with local authorities, use of natural flood management techniques, measurements to require local authorities to take into account the need for conservation, and so on. All incredibly sensible measures that can only be delivered by public authorities. Privatised water companies do not have their top line of conserving the natural world, the environment. They have as their top line, their middle line, their bottom line, their every line, the profits they can take out of it. And please, nobody tell me that that £72 billion that's been paid out in dividends has been reinvested in the British economy. No, it's in tax havens all over the world. We are subsidising tax havens all over the world on the back of our polluted and privatised water industry. And so the other section of the member's bill is the Commission on Water. Now, I think that is an absolutely fascinating proposal. When he talks about a commission of representatives of the water companies, privatised at the moment, hopefully publicly owned, representatives of unions in the water industry, environment and conservation groups, water users, which would be local businesses, and local authorities. And so I support public ownership of water strongly. But I don't envisage a sort of national water board where the Prime Minister, as a gift to his friends, puts them all on the nationalised water industry, so we have the British Water Board. No, What I would like to see is the existing river basin management system. So you have Thames, you have Severn Trent, and so on. That makes sense, because that's where the primary water supply comes from. And then you have the management of it through a commission, which includes the workforce, the trade unions, which includes all the local authorities in the area, which includes local businesses, because they are supplying, they're using water as well as supplying services locally, and you have others that can be appointed from elsewhere. So you have a public buy-in to the structure that you've got, which would give us, I think, a much better system and a much more democratic system. So I just urge members to look with some imagination at what the member has put forward. If those that say we can't possibly bring this into public ownership because it might cost, well, the 1945 Labour government started by nationalising the Bank of England in 1946. I'll give you a second. It started off by nationalising the Bank of England, went on to bring many other industries into public ownership, and even the Ted Heath government in 1971 brought Rolls-Royce into public ownership and created Rolls-Royce 1971 Limited because the company was failing. And the share price that was agreed on was set by Parliament. It wasn't set by the market in all those cases. You can do the same with this. Yes.
Thank you, the Honourable Friend. Generous intervention, allowing an intervention. He and I stood on a manifesto of public ownership of the utilities and water companies in 2019. It cost me my job, and the public decided to give Labour the worst electoral thumping in our history. Will he take some responsibility for that, and does he reflect on what he's advocating here now has already been rejected by this country?
Jeremy Corbyn.
Well, I thank the member for that incredibly friendly and helpful intervention. I'm most grateful. I'm most grateful for him and the collegiate way in which he put it forward. I couldn't put it better than myself. Let me say this. That manifesto included public ownership of that, and yes, indeed, other services as well, for a reason. For a reason that those industries needed to come into public ownership because they're failing. And you know what? That manifesto, individual policies were all well in the plus category. Over 70% supported public ownership of water. And it might be uncomfortable for him to understand this, but actually, the Labour Party in 2019 received more votes publicly, nationally, than it received in the recent general election. We have an electoral system that is unbelievably unfair, which brought about an enormous majority on a very low level of the total vote. So, you know, we can all play numbers at this. I don't resile from what was in that manifesto because it was put there by people who worked in the industry. The GMB and other unions took part in the consultation which brought about that policy on water. So I urge the member to look with some interest at the bill put forward by my friend the member for Norwich South, and recognise this is an opportunity to do something different. Now, there's been a debate, that's a lot of to and froing, about having a commission or a citizens' assembly. Why is everybody so scared of a citizens' assembly? What's the big problem? What's the big problem with it? Is it something in your heads? What's going on? Why would you be so worried about it? Citizens get together. I'll come to you in a minute. Citizens get together. No, I'm going to him first, then you. Citizens get together, put forward a proposal. You don't have to agree it. You don't have to accept it. It doesn't take away the powers of Parliament. It gives an opportunity for randomly selected, ordinary citizens to put forward a point of view. A lot of that was done in Scotland when we were talking about devolution. It's been done in other places. In Chile, it was done to develop a new constitution, some of which was ultimately rejected on a referendum. Does it take away the principle? Does it diminish the principle? No, I believe it does the very opposite. Yes.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. I've not yet heard a response from anyone in this House to the legitimate concern that I have around regional variation if there is no ability to compel. He is a member in Islington, in London, where a lot of meetings such as this one are held. I'm a member for Gateshead, 250 miles away, which would require a lot of travel. How would he suggest dealing with the lack of compulsion and the regional variation in citizen assembly involvement?
Well, since the honourable member used to live in Islington himself, he's well aware of how great the connectivity is with the area. Obviously, we live in a country where London, the capital, is in the southeast. Maybe not an ideal geographical location, but I don't think it's going to change anytime soon. If you have a national commission, then you have to meet somewhere. It doesn't have to be in London. Do you have to pay the costs of people getting to those meetings? Yes, of course, you obviously do. I would actually envisage a more localised form of consultation through the regional water areas such as Severn Trent, such as Humber, and so on, which I would have thought would meet the concerns that he legitimately raises about the overcentricity of our political structures in this country.
Right Honourable Member for giving way. And does he not see an inherent contradiction? I'm not against the principle of citizenship assemblies. The principle, however, that it needs to be formed by Parliament is my concern. Secondly, does he not see an inconsistency between a party that has a mandate for delivering nationalisation with then handing that over to a citizens' assembly for deliberation? Does he not see there's an inherent contradiction between the two?
There's any contradiction at all. I think it shows mature grown-up politics that you say, this is the objective we've got of public ownership. We want you to consider what the best form would be, what the best structure would be, and it could be people on there say, well, I don't agree with it at all. And then you have to discuss it and debate it with them. Parliament ultimately, obviously, has to make the decision. But surely I know everyone in the House is absolutely brilliant and the intellect is superb and the knowledge is amazing and they're infallible in all the judgments they make. It's just possible there are some people who are not members of Parliament that also have enormous knowledge, enormous experience and enormous ability, and maybe we should just be listening to them as well. I'll give way for the last time.
I thank you for giving way. How long, just roughly, does he think it would take to make sure that those individual citizens are skilled up to contribute effectively and for that full consultation that he's talking about to take place? Because he was so precious about the previous intervention for Bury North, I'll just do him a favour by pointing out the bill requires the Commission to report within 4 months. So how long does he think that would all take realistically?
Jeremy Corbyn.
Well, obviously, some people wouldn't require any training or skill development at all. Others may. Well, yes, of course, you have to have a short period to do it. I think this is actually more a question that should be put to the promoter of the bill rather than me. And if the member for Norwich wishes to intervene, I'd be very happy to give way on this point.
Can I just make a more general point? And I think it's this. This is the place, and obviously if this bill went to committee stage, we would look at in far more detail. But a big part of this bill is about a mission. It is about what direction of travel we're going. It is about tackling the crisis of democracy, about trusting our fellow citizens to also have a point of view that they may want to, with a guidance from experts to be able to make a decision. But the point I would make is this. When the founders of the Renaissance sat down, or the founders of capitalism sat down, do I think that they knew the Renaissance would happen? Do I think they knew that capitalism would end up like this, Madam Deputy Speaker? No, I didn't. This is about heading in a certain direction. It's about having some imagination.
Intervention should be short. Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for that helpful reply to the member for Bermondsey. I'm just doing my best to facilitate debate here. But I hope you will appreciate this congenial atmosphere I'm trying to create in the House today. I don't know if it's working, but let me know. Let me know later. Oh, there you go. Thank you very much indeed. I just want to finish with a couple of points. This country now suffers serious flooding almost every year, really, really serious flooding. And all of us have experienced the pain our constituents face, and indeed others face as a result of it. Part, but not all, of that is brought about by unusual weather patterns and excessive levels of rainfall. And we also need to think very seriously about natural river management and natural flood prevention, and that is specific in the Honourable Member's bill, and I think that is very important, because if you take, for example, the City of York, it is a confluence of rivers, it is in danger of flooding, it's always been in danger of flooding because it's got these rivers flowing into it. There is a combination of solutions, one of which is, yes, the flood defence walls, the concrete barriers and so on, to protect the central part of York from flooding. But it's also management of what you do upstream. Because if you deforest further upstream. If you build on floodplains and you prevent the river following its natural course, then you end up with flooding. So there are lots of actually quite small-scale natural defences one can put against flooding, i.e. don't build on floodplains, i.e. have rivers meandering rather than flowing in straight lines, i.e. letting beavers build their dams on confluent streams, and so on and so on. There's a whole lot of solutions, all of which add up to something quite valuable and quite good. That's not going to be thought about by water companies. That's going to be thought about by imagination. Farmers in Shropshire, for example, promoting exactly that kind of solution. Likewise, what happened with the River Parrett and its successive flooding has partly been resolved, not completely, but partly resolved by the work of the Environment Agency in recreating peat bogs up in the hills. There's a lot of things you can do. It requires the imagination. If you have a water company that's sole interest is in making money out of the water industry, they're not going to be interested in that. That's why it's the public as a whole that must have a voice in this, and that's what this bill actually does. And the levels of pollution are truly shocking. The sewage that flows in and the danger to all of us. So the water we drink is not pure, it's not clean, because there is a limit to how much you can do on scrubbing of water to make it clean. We end up drinking all kinds of foul things in our water, not to mention the microplastics that exist because of the excessive use of water bottles, plastic water bottles, because people don't trust the water supply. It breaks my heart. Every day I walk up Seven Sisters Road, every shop has a great stack of plastic bottles of water outside the shop because people don't trust the water. Wouldn't it be nice if we totally trusted our water and didn't feel the need to endlessly buy plastic bottles of water to keep us going through the day? And so last Saturday, I took part in a local People's Forum in Islington North, in my constituency, where we invited people to come to discuss water and water supply. And the hall was completely full, and it was also followed online by a number of other people. And we had two excellent speakers, John Bosco Nwogbo from We Own It, and Laura Renacre from Friends of the River Thames. They both spoke with passion, with knowledge, and with interest. And then we threw the questions open for discussion and asked each table to come up with their ideas. The commonality was, 1, clean water, 2, ownership and control, 3, the cost of water, and 4, their anger and irritation at Thames Water's lack of investment in the pipe network, lack of re-sleeving of the Victorian mains in so many places. So we've had major floods on Islington Road, Stroud Green Road, Holloway Road, Seven Sisters Road in the recent past, not to mention one in Hackney North, not the member's constituency who's been speaking today, which flooded into our area. And the Sobel Centre, a sports centre near where I live, was flooded out, and it's now 2.5 years later. They're just completing the restitution works for the damage that was done. That is the irresponsibility of Thames Water in not investing in the network, and the short-term waste of money digging up short sections of road, replacing the pipe, filling it in again, and coming back next month to dig up a bit of a road 100 metres away to do exactly the same thing. We need a much more coherent and comprehensive approach to it. And so our bill, the bill today that the members put forward, gives us the chance to do something better and do something different. Make our water a public asset, a public resort. Take it away from those that have done so much damage to it, and instead, let's do something better and say we're going to provide for all of the people of this country good quality clean water. We'll stop polluting our rivers and seas, and we will have river basin management to ensure that flooding is not ended. You're not going to end it completely, but at least under control through natural as well as other means. End the waste and start investing in a sustainable future for all of us. That's what our bill does today.
There's a lot of members who want to contribute today. James Frith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I, first of all, congratulate my honourable friend on his bill and the passionate speech he gave. No one can be in any doubt of his commitment to this cause, but also struck by, as I was, his comments in his own wind-up on just to thank him for his service in Afghanistan and just how elegant in his speech, drawing on that time. It is frequently overlooked to have such service in this House, and I thought it was a very powerful moment in his speech to combine his service with the argument he was making. So congratulate him on that. And I do welcome the opportunity to speak in this important and timely debate, just hours after learning yesterday, as we did, the 3.6 million hours of pollutant being discharged into our waterways yesterday. The condition of our rivers and the seas and the system that governs them does demand our national attention. But conversations around this being about a lack of imagination, when a record in government already has begun to grasp the very challenges that we've all described, that we all understand, that we are all overwhelmed with contacts made by our constituents on the issue and the quality of water. And that is that a distant arm's length system has left us knee deep in pollution, and the water companies are up to their necks in it. And we do need to continue forward with the mandate given to us at the last general election to tackle this issue, because it isn't just a polluting issue either. It's symptomatic of our crisis mode public services, the emergency nature of our public services, that even getting the attention on issues like flooding, on river dredging, or even accessing the basic expertise feel like a game of cat and mouse with these organisations, whether it's the Environment Agency ducking meetings in Bury North, or United Utilities, or our own utilities branch in respective areas. It is eternally frustrating and disappointing just how lacking in accountability some of these organisations prove to be. And actually also the politics, the power of being a good customer service organisation, not just as being an accountable constituency MP turning up, taking on board the concerns, but even when a local MP writes to these organisations to receive such short shrift or some non-responsive or just a failure to respond to the issues at hand, we do need to bear down on these organisations and get the best for our people. It's decidedly missing from so many of our public service providers, that mentality. We do need to reinstill a sense that these providers are accountable to us, that we determine the nature of their work and the outcomes that we expect from them. Of course they're stretched and under pressure. We've all rehearsed the inheritance that the Labour government has received, but too often it's a culture of avoidance, of obfuscation, frankly of ducking their responsibilities. Nowhere is this more apparent than in a sector charged with safeguarding the very essence of life itself, of water. It isn't abstract, it's a lived experience of communities like mine. In Bury North, we know all too well the consequences of this failure. The River Irwell, which flows from Ramsbottom to Radcliffe, was the most dumped on river in England last year. In 2023 alone, United Utilities was responsible for a staggering 11,974 sewage spills into the Irwell, an average of 32 every single day. This isn't just staggering, it's shameful. It's barely fathomable to think of the state we're in. But it's also personal, it's environmental, it affects our families. I've walked those riverbanks in Ramsbottom through burrs with my children, warning them not to go near the water for a variety of reasons, but now also the pollutant level. I've spent many a sunny afternoon warning them to stay out, or indeed encouraging other people's families to give it due care or due concern as to what lies beneath. Because the pollution of this river is a blight on our community and a direct threat to our health and well-being. It's not just a statistic, it's a scandal, another national scandal, another day, another national scandal, and it's barely believable that it's been allowed to get on this
Will he
far.
give way?
Please.
I thank you for giving way. Does he agree with me that one of the under-recognised impacts of sewage and pollution is the huge impact this has on the tourism industry in this country and our ability to attract people to this country and spend their money here?
Absolutely. Absolutely right. My honourable friend makes a very important observation. In Burrs, the country park I'm referring to, the town is doing its absolute utmost to make it a jewel, a place to visit, a destination to come to. We have very little say in the quality of the water that runs through it. And so whilst I will engage with the honourable members' proposals and the aim to clean our rivers, strengthen environmental protections, ensure better public oversight, I believe this government is well underway with that very focus. So I remain focused on the communities like mine, what they need now, and that is urgent, decisive action. I look forward to the Minister's comments on what comes next as what we've already achieved. That has included the banning of bosses' bonuses and mega payouts after decades of underinvestment. Please.
And for giving way, I agree with what he's saying about levels of pollution. And does he really think that United Utilities are a fit and proper organisation to carry on supplying water? Doesn't he think somebody else should be doing it like us?
James Frith.
I would not suggest that either he or I should be in charge of the water in my constituency. We do need severe and automatic fines for illegal sewage charges. There have been real-time monitoring, the use of both from the campaigning activities that are within both parties here existing, as well as the formal observations that we get, the updates of which yesterday I referred to. Criminal charges for water company executives who have overseen law-breaking and stricter environmental consumer standards. But none of this should divide us, but it is the ends, not the means, that should be our focus. To bring failing companies to heel actually requires a degree of imagination itself. To put the public service first, to simply say public ownership to everything, without then the second question of who pays, who takes the debt thereafter, is not some kind of beholden imagination. It is a failure to answer the challenge, the question. I also want to recognise those who have worked. Please.
The honourable member has expressed concerns about how it is paid for. Is he aware of the special administration regime for water companies that was brought in last year and would substantially address these issues?
I am aware of special arrangements, of course, and that's applied historically across many of our former nationalised or utility organisations. But the clue is in the term special. It shouldn't be the go-to. It is under extraordinary circumstances. We don't agree on that. I also want to recognise those who have worked so hard to raise the alarm. Campaigners like Fergal Sharkey and Labour's own environmental challenges, as well as locally Bury's anglers, Eric Owen and his team. Fergal and the campaigners joined me in Ramsbottom last year to stand with local residents and shine a light on the scale of this crisis. Fergal has been a passionate, vocal advocate for clean water and has not hesitated to both call out the water companies and call for their accountability. His support speaks volumes about the urgency and the importance of this fight. Madam Deputy Speaker, however we shape the future of water governance, whether through regulation, strategic oversight or questions of ownership, it is vital that we never lose sight of the people and the places affected by it. It's not an abstract issue. It's about families in Ramsbottom and Radcliffe. It's about children being told not to play by the river. It's about the wildlife that no longer thrives, about the basic right to clean water and a functioning, fair system that protects it. So will the Minister, to that end, specific request, join my efforts in helping register areas of the River Irwell in Bury North as an area of natural beauty so that we might secure the protections it needs and the deeper attention this polluting matter deserves? We must act. We are acting, but let us continue, and I look forward to the Minister's comments on what comes next in light of today's debate, because we owe it to our communities, to our children, to the generations that follow, to end this sewage scandal, to deliver the cleaner, safer future that they deserve. Thank you very much.
Ellie Chowns.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm really delighted that we're having this debate in the House today. Clean water is a subject very close to my heart as the representative for North Herefordshire, and indeed to the constituents in my area, because the condition of the River Lug, the River Wye, their tributaries, has caused terrible damage to the local ecology and indeed the local economy. And I draw the House's attention to my role as co-chair of the APPG I established on water pollution. These issues are crucial. I want to start with a couple of comments reflecting on the debate we've had thus far, and then go to the 3 points that I want to talk about in my comments today. The honourable member, one of the honourable members said that, we shouldn't do anything in a rush. And I really feel that it's clear that there's nothing in this bill that is a rush. What is set out in this bill is a very considered approach to tackling what is a very complex issue. And there's been some debate today about the potential to use citizens' assemblies as one component of addressing this. And I regret to say that some of the comments and interventions have perhaps been rooted in a misunderstanding or a lack of engagement with the concept of citizens' assemblies. For example, the one that I've referred to that was set up jointly by 6 select committees of this House was held in Birmingham, not London, and partly online. Travel expenses, participation expenses were paid. Full attention is paid to participation. I give way.
On a point of travel, Birmingham is in fact far more difficult to get to from my constituency than London. I don't believe it's the specific geographic place. It's about how do you get people from all corners of the country together to make sure that we have that regional spread.
I thank the honourable member. I warmly invite him to read up about how citizens' assemblies work, about how the sampling works, about how participation is facilitated for all people, about the time commitment. In the case of the one established previously by this House, it was 3 weekends in Birmingham. These are not huge commitments, but they're very valuable mechanisms for ensuring that the public have the time to consider an issue in depth. Now, I want to raise 3 points in my comments today on this very important bill before us. One is I could not agree more with the member for Norwich South that privatisation of water has been an absolute disaster. We have seen soaring bills, soaring executive pay, soaring dividends, soaring siphoning off of finance out of our country into the pockets of private interests, while at the same time our infrastructure has been crumbling, our rivers have been becoming more and more polluted. It is a national disgrace. It's long past time to resolve that, and together with my colleagues in the Green Party, I do believe that public ownership is a core part of the solution, not the only solution, because we have to ensure that the water system is adequately regulated so that whoever is in charge, they're sticking to the rules. They're not making profits on the back of pollution. They're not pumping sewage into our rivers. That is a fundamental essential. I give way.
Ask Madam Deputy Speaker how the Honourable Lady is proposing to pay then for the running of the water system. We all agree there are problems, but where would she get the money from in the current climate to pay for this to happen?
Ellie Chowns.
I thank the honourable member, and I refer her to my previous comments about the merits of citizens' assemblies to consider the detail of this over a period of many dozens of hours, or indeed to our manifesto. Moving on to my second point, which is about the systemic challenge of climate change, and I'm really glad that some honourable members have mentioned this and that indeed it features in the text of the bill. Because, as the honourable member for Norwich South said, when there is too little water, it's a huge problem. When there's too much water, it's also a huge problem. And this is increasingly a problem. I've spoken a number of times in this House already about flooding in my constituency. Climate change is making these challenges more frequent and more severe. So any bill that tackles issues around water, I think, does need to tackle not just how the water industry, water supply and sewage are addressed, but also how climate change and its interactions with water are addressed. And I'm pleased that this is mentioned within this bill. There's another topic that is mentioned perhaps somewhat briefly within this bill, which is the one that is perhaps even more close to my heart and certainly close to my constituency. And indeed, as I put my hand to my heart, I feel the jewellery that I'm wearing, which represents the River Wye. I wear it close to my heart. Pollution is the elephant in the room, I think, in the way that this issue is being tackled currently. Because pollution comes not just from sewage, it also comes from agricultural runoff. In my constituency, nearly 3/4 of the pollution is from agricultural runoff. For more than 5 years, we've had a planning moratorium across almost all of my constituency with devastating economic effects. Tackling the water industry won't address this. Indeed, the majority of my constituency is served by the only non-profit water company in the UK. The problem we are facing is around pollution, and I do find it disappointing, even distressing, that so far conversation about water in this House has focused rightly on sewage, but not sufficiently on tackling water pollution. Because, as DEFRA figures themselves said, as the Environmental Audit Committee said in its report not so long ago, actually, half of the problem is from agricultural water pollution. Slightly more of our waterways are in bad condition because of agricultural pollution rather than sewage pollution. This is an issue that we need to tackle working together in concert with farmers. We need to support farmers, which is why I'm so devastated that the direction has been arguably wrong in recent months. And I'm particularly upset that just a couple of weeks ago, the sustainable farming incentive was taken away from farmers without anything in place to replace it. We need a government that works with farmers, that supports them to transition to nature-friendly farming so that we can reduce that agricultural runoff that is having such a devastating effect on our waterways. And it's vital. Government has this key role to play in leadership. It's essential to tackle the failures of the privatised water industry. It's essential to tackle the outrageous volume of sewage overflows into our rivers, and it's also essential to tackle agricultural water pollution.
Could I take her back to the question of farming pollution? Does she feel that it's too many pesticides being used in farming, or is it too large fields, or is it an inability to have the natural drainage systems restored, such as ditches, which lead to water going into groundwater rather than rushing down and filling and polluting our rivers?
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention, and I hope he would agree with my view, which is that it is a multifaceted problem. It's a different issue in different places. There isn't a one-size-fits-all approach to this. In my constituency, it's particularly about phosphate pollution. In other places, it's about nitrates. In other places, it's about water volume. I absolutely agree with his earlier comments about the importance of upland water management, natural flood management approaches, ways that we can make sure that we manage water, keep water on the land, address questions of drainage. And indeed, I mentioned this in the debate on the Planning and Infrastructure Bill just the other day. This is crucial. It's vital that the Planning and Infrastructure Bill addresses question of water management as well. We need to treat these things in an integrated and site-specific way. In my constituency of North Herefordshire, I have called for many years now for a water protection zone to ensure that the sources of the pollution are correctly attributed and tackled, and called for more funding and teeth for the Environment Agency to enforce the existing rules which will help to reduce the problem of pollution. So to conclude, I warmly welcome the bill brought to the House today by the Honourable Member for Norwich South. I feel it is a thoughtful, constructive, detailed way of bringing people together to address what we all recognise is a crucial problem. But I say to him, and I say to the Minister, please, let us tackle agricultural water pollution with the same sense of urgency and commitment with which we're addressing sewage. The Water Commission, Sir John Conlon's Water Commission, explicitly excludes this from its terms of reference, except insofar as it relates to the water industry. I have read those terms of reference very, very, very carefully. I've spoken to the Water Commission about it. It is not set up to address the problem of agricultural runoff into our rivers. We need the same level of focus on this issue as we do on sewage, because if we want to clean up our rivers, lakes and seas, we need an integrated approach. Thank you.
Sojan Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate my honourable friend, the member of Norwich South, for his success in the private member's bill ballot and for bringing forward this bill about such an important topic. He deserves great credit for continuing the national debate about the quality of our waterways. I know from the many emails that I have received since I was elected in July that my constituents in Ashford, Hinchliff and the villages are angry about the state of our waterways, and they have every right to be angry. The latest figures for my constituency show that the waterways that were polluted by sewage 1,127 times in 2023. This was allowed to happen as a result of 14 years of mismanagement and weakened regulation of the water industry by the party opposite. The polluting of our local waterways has a real-world impact. It risks damaging our ecosystems and having an impact on people's health. For example, not long after I was elected, I was contacted on behalf of a primary school in my constituency. At the end of the summer term, the school have a lovely tradition of taking some of their children to paddle in the Great Stour, which runs near their school. However, the school contacted me to say that when they took the children to the river at the end of the last year, 25% of the children who splashed and paddled in the river were ill within 24 hours. To take another example, a constituent who regularly swims in the channel of the coast in my honourable friend of Foxton and Heights constituency contacted me to express his deep concern at the amount of sewage that was being allowed to pump into the sea from the combined sewer overflow. These are just two examples of how pollution in the waterways in my constituency was permitted. This unacceptable and unforgivable destruction of our waterways should never have been allowed to happen. But this is exactly what the Conservatives did when they were in power. Many of my constituents have contacted me in advance of the second reading of my honourable friend's bill to let me know how important water quality is an issue to them. It is a resource that we all rely on, but they rightly feel that the current system is failing them with polluted waterways, declining service standards and increasing bills. Water companies are failing to deliver for their customers and the environment, and the public has rightly had enough. I welcome that since my honourable friend on the front bench and his colleagues entered office, they have taken immediate measures to address the failures of the last 14 years, including the action to ensure that funding for vital infrastructure investment is ring-fenced. I was also pleased to see that compensation for the households and businesses will be doubled when basic water services are affected. I was particularly proud to support the water bill in this House and was delighted to see it receives a royal assent last month and be passed on to law. The strengthening of the enforcement regime is an important sign to the water industry that things have changed under this Labour government, and we on these benches will not tolerate the poor standards of the last 14 years. I want to see a fundamental transformation of our water industry. I also want the waterways in Ashford, Hawkinge and the villages, as well as the rest of the country, cleaned up and restored to good health. Although I will not be supporting my honourable friend's bill, as these measures he is proposing go too far, because I don't think it is the right time to bring this issue. This is an important issue, we need to talk about it. I'm not convinced that bringing services into public services guarantee the services will get better. Because we heard, we've seen, we experienced that our NHS, what happened to the NHS? We brought in NHS England to fix the problems, and now, after 10, 14 years later, we're getting rid of the NHS England. We've seen the standards in our schools. We see standards in our roads, like our honourable friend was talking about earlier. So is it the right time, or is it the time to take some responsibility by taking some stern action that wasn't happening for the 14 years, which this Labour government came in within the 8 months? We are able to move fast and take some strong actions. So should we give the time for these actions, the new bills, to come into effect and see if things are getting better? What? Yeah, happy to give.
If I could ask my honourable friend, how long did he think that we should polish the turn of privatised English water, something you can probably find floating in most of our rivers?
I would like to see that things get better as soon as possible, immediately. That's what I want to see. We can't carry on any longer. But my question is, what guarantee that by taking into public sector will give the public that their water bills will come down, whether they will get the surveys? We have seen our problems in our public sectors that, for example, the NHS has no workforce to do the job. We've seen the waiting lists have gone up. Can we wait for 2 days before the water service will come back to our houses if we don't have enough people to do the job? So my question is it the right time, or we should give enough time for the actions we've taken already to come into effect and see if things are getting better? So that's why my point is this is not the right time to do it. And we need to talk about it. This is a very important subject, and I congratulate my honourable friend to bring this in, but we should continue to talk about it, continue monitoring, and this is the only way we can move forward. So once again, thank you. Thanks, Speaker.
Amanda Hack.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the honourable friend for Norwich South for bringing forward this important bill, and I enjoyed his passionate, although a little loud, speech. He's right, the public do want better. And actually, I think the actions that we've taken in government show that we want better too. In recent months, there have been so many discussions in the Chamber in Westminster Hall and in the other place on how we can fix the broken water industry that the Tories left behind. We've passed a bill, set up a commission, clear action from this government. These crucial debates together are ensuring my constituents get the justice and the representation they deserve after the Tories failed communities like mine for 14 years, not just in the water sector, but in so many public services too. Sadly, the party opposite turned a blind eye to record levels of illegal sewage dumping, cut the Environment Agency budget in half since 2010, and allowed customer money to be spent irresponsibly on director bonuses and shareholder payouts. The Conservatives avoid so many opportunities to hold the water companies to account, and they fail to regulate to protect our waterways, even after a shocking incident in September 22 in my constituency. On the 12th of September, the Environment Agency received reports of a sewage discharge. Contractors arrived at Brook Lane pumping station the same day to stop the problem, but officers discovered a 1 kilometre of West Meadow Brook near Whittock had been polluted. The investigation found the sewage discharge had been going on for weeks, completely unchecked. There was an overwhelming odour with thick coating of sewage fungus covering the riverbed. Human faecal matter was also visible. Severn Trent admitted that their teams had failed to see the pumps had latched out and were not activated. They also accepted they'd failed to monitor effectively. The damage was so severe, the company took an offering of the enforcement undertaking and gave the Trent Rivers Trust £600,000 to support the restoration of the habitat and environmental improvements. In the same year, 2022, Sir Chris Whitty, the Chief Medical Officer for the UK, outlined that serious health risks sewage spills can pose for those using the country's waterways. The Tories did not heed his warnings, and nothing was ever done. Even after this disgusting incident, sewage still poured into waterways in northwest Leicestershire, 15,000 hours in 2023.
15,000 hours. And close along to the pumping station, there are a number of storm outflows which continue to just release untreated affluent whenever they fancy. I've visited residents and walked with them across several sections where spills take place. It's disgusting, because even when the sewage is no longer being spilled, the residual smell lingers and the visible debris continues. Severn Trent do clearance work, but never ever enough. As a Leicestershire MP, though, I also have to mention flooding. We've had so many residents impacted by flooding in our county, not just once, but many, many times, and sadly now are never going to be able to return to their homes, such as the impact of flooding in my community. There's no doubt in my mind that if the Tories were still in government, we still would have had no action to address these issues. There would still be taken no action needed to clean up our rivers and seas. And there would be no cracking down on the water breaking executives. Please.
Grateful to the Honourable Lady. I haven't intervened on many other speeches, but just on that one comment that she made, has she actually read the published plan for water that was published by the previous government? And is she aware of the contents of it, which includes £56 billion of investment to deal with exactly this issue?
I was on the Special Waters Measure Bill and obviously did my research on that. However, nothing changed. So we had a plan, but actually what we need is action, and that's the most important part of the approach we need to take. Bonuses have been paid to executives. They were still awarded. Since 2020, they've awarded themselves £41 million in bonuses, benefits, and incentives. The price of failure was literally rewarded. I know how important tackling the behaviour of the water companies is locally, and the water issues are constant in my casework: flooding, sewage, water management. In meeting with Severn Trent in January, one of my constituents was so furious at the lack of action over months and months of issues, several meetings trying to get Severn Trent to deal with the issues, that she brought with her a raw bag of sewage and dumped it on the table in front of them. Because too often, when companies are responding to emails or calls from residents, they forget how stomach-churning and detestable these issues actually are. Really, it all proves so much out of touch these water companies are. Accountability is crucial going forward, we know this, but communication with residents is also equally important, and they cannot be left behind. I will encourage every one of my constituents who have experienced problems with sewage outflows, flooding, or past standards of customer service to continue to get in touch with me. There's simply no excuse for the way some of my constituents have been treated, and I'm certain that many other members in the Chamber today will have constituents with similar stories. Having served on the Water Special Measures Bill Committee, it was clear the bill was the first step in the line of measures to hold the water bosses to account. The bill itself will ban bonuses for polluting water bosses, and after the news reports just in the last day on the record of level of sewage discharges, would mean that no boss should get any bonus after this year. The bill will also enable criminal charges against lawbreakers. And examples like the one I spoke earlier may have resulted in a criminal charge. It will also force water companies to cover the cost of enforcement action and pay for the damage they do to our communities. We have to go further, and we will, with Sir John Conlon undertaking the review of the water sector, which is currently open for evidence. He has said the prize is significant: cleaner waters and a stable and well-funded water sector. His passion for change is clear and matches the current government's ambition to clean up our filthy waterways. I'm sure that everyone in the Chamber today, particularly on these benches, is 100% committed in the actions necessary to fix our very foundations, because that's what our constituents, our country and our environment deserves. My constituents voted for change, and I will make sure they will continue to get it.
Liam Conlon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin by thanking my honourable friend, the member for Norwich South. And I know my constituents in Beckenham and Penge will want to thank him for raising these issues addressed in the debate today. Madam Speaker, I'd like to begin by talking about the recent 5-day water ordeal my constituents were subjected to by Thames Water. On the evening of Tuesday the 11th of February, a mains water pipe burst up the road from me in Dulwich, South London. Overnight, thousands of homes, hundreds of businesses, 11 care homes and 29 schools all lost access to their water. 6 London postcodes were affected in all, including 2 in my constituency. The next day, residents in Annerley, Crystal Palace and Penge in my constituency woke up without any water. In response, Thames Water established a bottled water centre at Bell Green, Sainsbury's. And for those of you who are not familiar with South East London geography, whilst it's located in a lovely part of my honourable friend, the member for Lewisham East constituency, ironically adjacent to the Pool River and Waterlink Way, it's also up to an hour's walk away for some of those in my constituency who were left without water. This was an unacceptable solution, but one which could have been easily avoided. And later that evening, they managed to make things even worse. The Seoul water bottle station was closed due to a security incident, leaving residents reliant on local supermarket stocks. Unsurprisingly, these ran dry pretty quickly, and whilst the water bottle station did later reopen, Thames Water, despite my offer of support and the offer of support from other members in this House, refused to open an alternative site closer to the outage. Despite some constituents still not having any water by the start of the weekend, they had now been left without water since Tuesday evening. This included vulnerable customers who could not be expected to leave their homes, never mind walk for an hour. Those residents are entitled to sign up to what's called the Priority Services Register. Residents on the PRS should receive deliveries of bottled water, as well as additional support and communications from Thames Water. Yet throughout the outage, I received contacts from constituents on the PSR who were not receiving any of this help on time. Some of them were receiving no help at all. So along with local volunteers, my team and I knocked on hundreds of doors across the local area, including on the evening of Valentine's Day, which, as someone pointed out, might be the reason I'm still single. To those who might need to those who might need additional help, and then delivered bottled water to them all over the weekend. This included residents who were pregnant, disabled, and some who were terminally ill. One constituent story sticks in my mind particularly. A disabled single mum of 2, reliant on oxygen, was left without water for days, without any support or emergency deliveries from Thames Water, and the compensation she has received for this failure is a £40 goodwill payment. And whilst I would like to thank every volunteer who helped with this effort, it should never have been necessary. It was Thames Water who had a responsibility to safeguard vulnerable customers and a responsibility to provide alternative sources of water. And this week, the Honourable Member, my old friend for Lewisham, West and East Dulwich, met with Thames Water to talk to them about the water outage and some of the lessons they could learn from it. And one of the points I made to them was, this isn't like COVID where it kind of sprung up without any warning. Burst water pipes happen all the time, and communication, frequent and consistent communication, is a pretty standard thing that constituents and customers are entitled to expect. But I don't mention this just to highlight the unjust plight of my constituents, because their experience also embodies the failure of the water system highlighted in my honourable friend, the member for Norwich South bill, a failure of the previous government to drive investment in the system and an abdication of their responsibility to regulate. A failure to maintain, invest and build has led to an aching system, a system in which over 50% of Thames Water's sewage treatment plants have inadequate capacity, and where in 2024 alone, Thames Water discharged raw sewage into rivers for nearly 300,000 hours. And all the while, this failure is rewarded. In 2023-24, it paid executive bonuses worth over £1.3 million, a reward for the failed management, aided and abetted by the previous Conservative government, which has left an investment shortfall of £24 billion. And who picks up the tab for this shortfall? It is our constituents, left to pay the price of failure, and some quite literally seeing their bills double. I don't dispute that investment is needed, but this must never be allowed to happen again. And I'm also really pleased to see the immediate action that this government is taking, including bringing criminal charges against persistent lawbreakers, giving regulators the power to ban executive bonuses, introducing severe and automatic fines for offences, and ring-fencing money for vital infrastructure investment. But I also want to talk about a lesser-known reform surrounding compensation, the Guaranteed Standards Scheme. Admittedly, not a document I had familiarised myself with before constituents were left without water, but is where the minimum compensation rates for water outages are laid out. My constituents last month were entitled to a measly £30 for each 12-hour period they were left without water, or just a £25 one-off payment for low pressure. The reason this is so low is those rates were last updated in the year 2000. And so I am glad that this government have acted to finally reassess those rates. New plans mean that low pressure incidents could see payments of up to £250, a 1,000% increase, and payments for water outages will rise to £50 plus an additional £50 for every 12 hours the incident is unresolved. I am pleased our new government is acting quickly to fairly compensate those who suffer from water outages in the future. And Madam Deputy Speaker, reforms to our water system and this debate today are not just about security of supply, but about protecting our waterways and coasts too. And that is something my constituents deeply value, and that I do too. During my campaign to come to this place, I invited Fergal Sharkey, the prominent water campaigner and one-time frontman of the Undertones, to visit Cater Park and the small stream of Chaffinch Brook in my constituency. We visited the Friends of Cater Park and Alexandra Rec, an organisation that do so much for the park. They and all of the environmental campaigners I have met in my constituency understand that our waterways are a crucial part of our environment and play an irreplaceable role in sustaining our biodiversity. And I've been most impressed in my constituency, and I'll just finish on this, by so many of the young people I've met on school visits, engaging with young people across Beckenham and Penge. I know how much this issue matters to the next generation. And I'll give you two examples. I was contacted recently by Daniel, a Year 12 student and a member of the Langley Park School for Boys Environmental Society. He, along with others, had used their own initiative to contact me for help with exploring funding opportunities for their biodiversity scheme. As a society, they are determined to support wildlife in and around their school and across our constituency. They had already organised a clothes swap and bake sale to raise funds to do so, and I look forward to meeting with them soon. And I met recently too with the fabulous Eco Council at Stuart Fleming Primary School, who displayed a real care for the environment, not just preserving it for themselves, but for the generation after them too. They are now working closely with the Friends of Betts Park, helping to ensure that this remains an attractive place for people to visit, including the short section of the Croydon Canal, which lays within the park. I'd also like to thank and commend so many other schools across Beckenham and Penge who have active eco-councils. They are often now alongside school councils, something that every primary school has, including Clare House, Churchill's Primary, Balgowan, St Mark's Primary, Shortlands Primary, and many others. And the Beckenham Scouts on Wednesday evening this week, I went and visited Beckenham Scouts, fantastic group of young people. We played a game where they set their own budget and what they would spend and prioritise as if they were Chancellor, and the environment always came out as one of the top priorities. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope that members have seen that we don't just have some fantastic waterways in South East London, but the reforms to our water system, which I know the Honourable Member for Norwich South has been pivotal in pushing for, are crucial not just to protecting consumers and constituents, but to protecting our national heritage and environment too, something which I know is held dearly by every generation in Beckenham and Penge. Thank you.
Alison Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I am grateful to my gallant friend for bringing this important debate to the House, and I could definitely hear him on the backbenches, so I thank him for that. In Scotland, thanks to a Labour Scottish executive, water was retained in the public hands, and while that does not mean that everything is perfect in Scotland, it does provide a good comparison with England and Wales. Since privatisation, water bills in Scotland have been consistently lower than England, and customer satisfaction consistently highest for Scottish Water, with all other water companies trailing behind. My honourable friend, the member for Norwich South, is right It is time for a national conversation on the future of water management in the United Kingdom, and the experience in Scotland and Scottish Water has much to offer in that conversation. Water companies need to provide our clean drinking water and remove and treat our waste, and to do so at a reasonable cost, and to do so over a sustained period of time. Those should be the measures of success we use to determine if a water company is delivering or failing. So much of our water infrastructure was established generations ago, and our demands and expectations have changed over time. It is staggering to think that so much of what we rely on today remains largely unchanged from when it was first laid down. So, of course, there needs to be sustained investment in replacement and renewal. I wonder if the regulation we have had in place has been sufficient to ensure that investment has been made. Perhaps the previous government were less concerned about the right balance between dividends for shareholders and investment in infrastructure. But the current government will need to take action to ensure that the mistakes of the past are not allowed to jeopardise the water system we need now and in the future. Scotland is endowed with significant water resources. They contribute greatly to the national character and beauty of Scotland. My own constituency of Paisley and Renfrewshire North sits on the banks of the River Clyde, which has seen significant improvements in water quality over the last 20 years. This is thanks in no small part to collaboration between the public water company and other agencies, coordinating actions and investing in the long-term future of the Clyde catchment, all without the constraints of shareholder funds. I do not want to pretend that everything in Scotland is always perfect. We do have issues with leakage and some notable uncontrolled discharges in my own constituency, in Shinnon in particular. But managing the water, and importantly sewage, is a complex business and requires long-term planning and investment. Scotland seems to have avoided some of the worst experiences of coastal communities in England, with untreated sewage being released into water bodies almost on a daily basis. But those small number of activists have been joined by many thousands more who regularly enjoy our coastal and freshwater environment. In my role as a member of the Environmental Audit Committee, I was reminded recently about the source pathway receptor model for assessing environmental pollution. Even if the discharge remains the same, if the numbers of people exposed to it increase, the impact of the discharge increases. Therefore, the need or urgency of remediation increases. This is one of the factors at play with uncontrolled discharges from treatment works. It is one of the reasons why some of the practices that might have been appropriate in the past are no longer acceptable today. Like my honourable friend, I want the water industry to do better and to be better. I welcome the discussion and the debate. It is posing many of the important questions our water companies need to address, and I'm sure it is an area where the government will also want to make substantial progress in the years ahead. Can I thank once again my honourable friend for presenting his proposals to the House.
Neil Coyle.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I also add my congratulations to the Honourable Member for Norwich South and commend him for the passion with which he introduced this debate today. I believe I serve the best community in the country, and I'm aware that I have constituents in the gallery, but I do not play to the gallery. And my community, of course, being is shaped by the River Thames itself. Literally, the constituency's northern border is the River Thames, and I'm only my constituency are only subject to one water operator in Thames Water. But I come here to serve my constituents seeking pragmatic solutions. My constituents want safe water, affordable water, and they want problems fixed when they arise. I very, very, very rarely find constituents who obsess over who provides it. And let's not beat about the bush. There's no doubt that Thames Water has been run into the ground. Customers in Southwark have a right to be angry. Higher bills, leaks, sewage, it's been a disgrace. The great promises of privatisation have failed to materialise over 35 years. The promise of lower bills and a more efficient industry have turned to dust, sadly. Some of the figures speak for themselves. 72 billion litres of sewage into the Thames since 2020, reported last year, and that's at least. Because not all outlets are monitored. We should thank River Action and others, including Wild Swimmers, for their work on this. Wild Swimmers are welcome to green the dock in my constituency if they so wish. I am yet to take the plunge, literally. And of course, prosecutions of Thames Water by the Environment Agency for pollution incidents have led to fines of 35.7 million between 2017 and 23. Earlier this year, Thames Water was fined 3.3 million after it killed more than 1,400 fish by discharging millions of litres of untreated sewage into rivers. The company admitted 4 charges in an Environment Agency prosecution. This is unacceptable. It is prosecutable under existing law. It needed to do more. Change is required. It was what was promised in our manifesto, and I believe that's what this government intends to deliver. But I wanted to talk about a few constituency examples about how Thames Water operate, because the honourable member for Hackney South of Shoreditch spoke about standpipes. But actually now we see, as the Honourable Member for Beckenham Penge talks about, we actually see outages, as companies like to call them, affecting people where bottled water is meant to be provided. Too often, it has to be said, pushed onto councils to provide, rather than the company responsible for the failure to deliver such a basic essential. I've had to intervene, though, to support constituents in some frankly bizarre cases. In Stevenson Crescent, a constituent came to me. She'd had a leak by her front door from the pipe for 15 years, leading to higher water bills, and the dispute between Thames Water and her landlord, being Hexagon Housing, meant that neither were taking responsibility, but both were saying that she owed money and should pay. And it should not take a Member of Parliament's intervention to get companies and landlords to sort out the problem that was actually it had been going so long it was causing damp and mould within her home. A disgraceful state of affairs that the government should seek to change under legislation how companies operate. On Wellsford Street, Thames Water stored equipment for months, blocking emergency vehicles. Just unbelievable callousness with disruption for about 18 months. Disrespectful. In Janeway Street, near my constituency office, builders damaged curbing and paving that's without care for how people were using it, and of course fenced off pavements that disrupt in particular people, pushchairs, mothers and parents, and wheelchairs. Even my own office, when Thames Water attended a flat above my constituency office opposite Bermondsey Tube Station, they removed the gate at the back of my office and didn't bother to put it back. I don't know how they thought I wouldn't be onto them for that problem. And in Oakfield House, a sewage leak into the boiler room, which meant they couldn't pump heat or hot water around the building. Residents were left without heating or hot water in December with temperatures below 0. Completely unacceptable and not fixed fast enough. And Bermondsey Village Hall, yes, there is a village hall in Bermondsey in central London. A leak in the car park where Thames Water refused to accept responsibility. The water meter in this community facility was going like a desk fan, and Chris Parsons, who runs this facility, a wonderful community stalwart, runs the policing and ward panel. The last time I was in the village hall was actually to run a community safety forum. She's also on St Olaf's charity, a historic charity, providing even education support and funds to people in difficult circumstances in my constituency. Tremendous work, needs sorting some of that out. Chris is working with me before the Charity Commission has to formally be involved. But she runs this community hall. It's a genuine community facility, reliant on the goodwill of volunteers and people like Chris. But the owner of the building, the Leather Market J&B, a cooperative, and Chris came to me because Thames Water would not acknowledge that they were responsible. It took months to sort this very basic problem. It took bailiffs turning up for debts that they claimed were thousands of pounds. It took the threat of legal action. It was incredibly heavy-handed, and it was symbolic of the attitude and uncaring model. I think the member for Norwich, the Honourable Gallant member for Norwich South, referred to it as the excesses of the sector. This is a good example of how they simply show a lack of care for the customers they're meant to be working with, and for the leak that was were pouring gallons of water underground, potentially damaging foundations of other buildings. And then there's Brunel Road works. Now, Thames Water 2 weeks ago today began work on Brunel Road. This has directly caused the loss of 2 bus services, the 381 and C10. Now, if you're not familiar with Rotherhithe, where Brunel Road is, it is, I recommend you do. I say the constituency is shaped by the river. Well, Rotherhithe is Anglo-Saxon and means a landing place for cattle. Rotherhithe is, the docks, it's shipping, and not just shipping of goods and trade, the shipping of people. Other members might claim credit for the Mayflower, but we know in Rotherhithe that the Mayflower set sail from in 1620 from Rotherhithe to the United States, and the master of the Mayflower, Christopher Jones, is buried in St Mary Church in Rotherhithe. And the Honourable Member of Norwich South talks about democracy as part of this bill. The reason it set sail from and crewed and pilgrims boarded in London was because they were seeking democratic and religious freedom. Because Americans claim the Mayflower as part of their democratic history. Actually, this is about. There's an amazing book on this written by a constituent in Bermondsey called Graham Taylor. The Mayflower in Britain: How an Icon Was Made in London. It came out on the quarter centenary of the Mayflower's journey. That's in 2000 for anyone struggling with the maths. And it was about how the investors and the people boarded in London rather than anywhere else. But look, the point I was making was about Brunel Road. Rotherhithe is a peninsula, if you're not familiar, 20,000 people plus, and the 381 and C10 being cut off is hugely disruptive, leading some people to forced to walk more than a mile to get an alternative bus. Thames Water 2 weeks ago used an emergency process to seek their works. They sent their email after council officers had left the building. Now, there's a legitimate question about whether London Borough of Southwark should have had better access to an emergency email pointing out works covering weekend. I think that's a legitimate question. But they used that emergency process, dug up the road. They could have done one side and then the other, but they chose to shut off the whole road, rather underhand and uncaring about the impact. Those works are supposed to finish today. I hope they are. If not, I hope ministers will consider new powers for councils and how they block the misuse of emergency procedures like this, which I think is an example. And Brunel Road, Brunel not named after Eisenberg, King of Brunel, better than him, his father, Mark, who linked to this debate, perhaps he fled left-wing revolutionaries in France who were scrapping private ownership, and not just without compensation, but taking off the heads of anyone who opposed it. But more importantly, he designed and built the Thames Tunnel, just a stone's throw from the debtors' prison at King's Bench, where he was locked up until the Duke of Wellington, as Prime Minister, funded his grant to release him in order that he could build the tunnel that was a feat of engineering at its time. Built from Rotherhithe to Wapping, the first subaqueous tunnel in the world, for many years the largest soft ground tunnel, and invented, in order to achieve that engineering feat, the tunnelling shield, which is one of the basic tools of modern civil engineering. That tunnel was completed in 1843, originally just for pedestrians, and it's developed over time. Unforeseeable in terms of how it's been used since becoming part of the London Underground at one point. If you want more on, sorry, I'm digressing. If you want more on the Brunel history, the Brunel Museum of Rotherhithe is amazing. Go there. They do actually sell Eisenberg Kingdom Brunel socks. You can, other Brunels are apparent. But the modern contrast with the Thames Tunnel, which is the point I was trying to come to, is the Tideway Tunnel, because Thames Water should have been in a secure place to deliver the modern tunnel that has gone through under the Thames, but because they were mistrusted and because of the debt they already had accrued, they were not in a place to be able to deliver the new engineering feat that we have seen in my constituency. This is a project for an engineering feat of the 21st century to improve the environment, take storm overflow, prevent environmental damage, take some of the excess sewage away from London. 7.2 metres wide, the equivalent of 3 London double-decker buses, for those who measure things by double-decker buses, and the 2 connection tunnels are 5 metres in diameter with 2 metres in diameter respectively, 5 metres being roughly the size of a London Underground tunnel. One of the vertical shafts for that engineering tunnel is in Chambers Wharf, next to my constituency office, and came with a coffer dam, not without its detractors, right close to people's homes behind my constituency office. A project run well, with compensation for the people directly affected, including those affected when the piling for the tunnel got stuck and was drilling throughout the night until 5 o'clock in the morning. You can imagine the complaints I got over that issue. But it could have, the cofferdam could have provided a modern park, a new park for the community with the views back to Tower Bridge where people like to take selfies. But I'm afraid, again, because no one was willing to take on the maintenance and costs, with Thames Water not in a position to be trusted. And the reason I raise this is because ministers should, instead of diverting to a new company to build this tunnel under the last government, they should have acted to address the problems that led Thames Water not to be trusted. But as usual under the last government, they left problems of that nature to be dealt with by a more responsible alternative, and here we are today. And we're talking about this bill today. Look, I make no bones. I'm unconvinced that state taking over is a solution, partly for the reason I stand out. It's not a permanent solution in any grounds. I have serious doubts that making Thames Water a state-owned body would make the situation any better currently, for all the faults it has. And my constituency Labour Party, Madam Deputy Speaker, I know you'll be interested to know what my constituency party thinks. They debated this recently, just last week, I think, and they came to the conclusion that only 8 members of my constituency, 1,000 members, 8,000 plus, 8 members supported a privatisation of Thames Water as an emergency motion, and I thank them for contributing. Karen, Andy, Richard, and others. It was useful to hear why they felt it was important. There was a lot of shared concerns about how it's running for the reasons I've outlined. But I'd also like to thank those who also spoke, Mike, Julie and others, who did not believe that nationalisation, simply nationalising was the solution. State-owned does not, they believe that state-owned does not necessarily equal better, cleaner or cheaper water, and no guarantee that things would be cheaper under a state-owned model. And we should look at evidence from other state-owned institutions, because nationalisation isn't a magic bullet. Civil servants have many qualities, but running utility businesses is not necessarily within the Whitehall skill set, especially after 14 years of degradation with ministers like Jacob Rees-Mogg. No wonder people were working from home. And of course, we have criticised the degradation of civil service, but some supporters of this bill would suggest that actually suddenly they've got the skills and expertise to run a service, of course.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way and for an excellent speech. I've learned so much historically. It's very interesting. You might be surprised to learn I actually don't believe in state ownership of our water assets either. The bill actually gives the public the final say on that with the Secretary of State and the Commission. But the thing here, there are so many other models, municipalised models, mutuals, handing them over partly to the strategic authorities and the mayors that this Labour government are setting up. There are a myriad of opportunities and options which the route which we could go down. But one of the things about there not being cheaper, I wanted to draw his attention to the research of the visiting professor David Hall and Conor Gray at the University of Greenwich. And they said the savings from within the system upon the transition to some form of public ownership, that these savings amount to between 3.2 and 5.8 billion pounds annually for England and Wales, which is enough to deliver price cuts of between 22 and 34%, because you have lower rates for financing and future expenditure.
Very long intervention. Neil Coyle.
Not clear in the bill where such savings are supposedly achievable. But look, changing ownership to run a water company to be run by DEFRA or the Treasury, I think it's naive to assume it would just automatically be better off. And of course, we also have comparisons in France. Paris has a publicly owned water system, yet during the Olympics, triathlon events were repeatedly delayed due to poor water quality caused by sewage spills. And I think the cost has been touched on. The Social Market Foundation estimates that nationalising the water industry would cost a small fortune. Share and debt holders would need to be compensated, costing over an estimated 90 billion, and that's based on Ofwat's regulatory capital value for companies in England and Wales. it costs billions and take time and be extremely complex, and the burden of financing investment in the water and sewage infrastructure would simply be transferred to my constituents with no guarantee that future ministers would provide the funding the water system needs. And of course its debts then become public and are on the government's balance sheet. It might also, state-owned system might also deter overseas investors in other water companies, which was one of the features of the debate we had in my constituency last week. And this at a time when the country is seeking to step up investment, not only in water and sewage infrastructure, but in energy generation. So I'm not keen on anything that would block investment and slow growth, in particular in green, more environmentally friendly energy production. So I think it's right that the government has not set out plans to nationalise water, and I'm interested in the results for the people I serve. And I welcome the fact that ministers want to tackle the problems in the sector as quickly as possible by improving what we have. And I'm mindful that the last year's election, in 2019, voters were frankly scared, so scared of our former leader, and the manifesto commitments, that they chose Boris Johnson over us. And I know the honourable member for Norwich South commends an element of populism in the support for water nationalisation, but the populism that we have lived through and how we got into the situation the country faced itself through Brexit, we should be more mindful, I think, and we should also be wary of simply saying that populist ideas are we should all welcome, because the death penalty is one that throws the public generally support, but not one I think that most of us would recommend adopting. But look, we went to the polls last year. We did very well, in case anyone didn't notice. And our manifesto last year said specifically, Labour will put, page 59, for anyone who doesn't remember, I'm sure you'll read it avidly, Labour will put failing water companies under special measures, and that we'd prevent dumping and empower the regulator. We will give regulators new powers to block the payment of bonuses to executives who pollute our waterways and bring criminal charges against persistent lawbreakers. We will impose automatic and severe fines for wrongdoing and ensure independent monitoring of every outlet. And the water industry is not represented here today. And I wanted to be devil's advocate, if I may, Deputy Speaker, briefly, because they would say that they have responded to our election and to some of the public concerns by for example, they would say they've set out plans to invest £104 billion between 2025 and 2030 to support economic growth, build homes and secure our water supplies. They would also outline, I think, that our drinking water is, joint third best in the world, which is something to be proud of, and that they would say that between 89 and up to 23-24, the water industry invested more than 236 billion in real terms, 431 billion in total expenditure terms. They would also, I think, want us to focus also on Ofwat and the role it has played. Had water bills risen with inflation, they claim there would be 18 billion of additional funding. That's Water UK's figure. And from April 2020 to April 25, Ofwat cut investment plans by 6.7 billion. So this could have dealt with some of the issues, and how we deal with the regulator is an important focus going forward. On pollution, they would also say it's not just the water industry. Agriculture is believed to contribute 40% of water quality failures, and I think we do not spend enough time focused on other problems. And on quality of service, apparently the figure is just under 16 billion litres of water supplied to customers every day. That's the equivalent of 140.4 litres a day from Ofwat's figures. I'm not sure how everyone's using their share. I intend to use mine. I think the water companies would also highlight the support they provide to customers. So £1 billion of financial support since 2020, including during the pandemic, 100,000 people supported with payment breaks, according to the Consumer Council for Water. They would also say that leakage is down. As I've said, my constituents think it's still too high and want to see further action. And another issue affecting my constituents in Southwark is blockages, and we haven't focused on this very much today, but in the UK there are 300,000 sewer blockages every year, according to Utility Week. This is partly as a result of 7 million wet wipes, 2.5 million tampons, 1.5 million sanitary pads and other things incorrectly flushed down our toilets, including condoms and nappies. Please stop it. I'm not suggesting anyone in the chamber is responsible, but anyone viewing the debate. And I had a business come to me directly affected on Blackfriars Road in 2018 by a blockage. The smell, the disruption was disgusting. It was a fatberg, that I think is the polite term, a blockage the size of 3 buses and weighing 5 tonnes. Appropriately, it was near the bottom end of Blackfriars Road. Where else? And it was dissected. This is how we know the weight and everything. It was and what was in it. It was dissected on Channel 4, where else, in a programme called Fatberg Autopsy, Secrets of the Sewers. It is not the biggest in my constituency, never mind anywhere in the country. I assume they're worse in London. There was also a 30-tonne monster Fatberg under the Southwark Cathedral and Borough Market. Now, that's why those fatbergs and problems in the sewers and the size of the oldest sewers is why we needed Tideway Tunnel. And as I said, ministers at the time in the former government should have addressed the concerns of Thames Water and not built a whole new model to deliver a tunnel that would help address some of those challenges. And look, contrast that with the ministers since 2024. We have the Minister for Kingston upon Hull here, the Secretary of State for whichever Croydon seat he's there, sorry, I should look that up. And I want to thank them for acting on the manifesto that was raised with me and supported by so many constituents. The Water Special Measures Act, delivered fast by this government, delivers on the manifesto aims, but should be allowed to be implemented before we consider any other legislation, in my opinion. The new Act delivers promises by blocking bonuses for executives who pollute our waterways, bringing criminal charges against persistent lawbreakers, enabling automatic and severe penalties, and ensuring monitoring of every sewage outlet. These are all useful and would all have helped tackle Thames Water and other companies' issues in the past. As I say, I think we should allow that legislation to be implemented before we look at further adapting and changing. And I think actually how we regulate is important. We can't bind the future government. A regulated market with clear safeguards for consumers, a ban on profiteering and long-term, a system that delivers long-term investment and a clear framework of regulation is far better. And that is the aims of the government. We delivered within months of election. And of course, it's followed by the review. And the review will shape further legislation in time. Apologies to the member for Norwich South, I just believe this bill should wait until we see the outcome of the review. The review, the Conlon review, the Commission, it has its objectives for the water industry and strategic spatial planning approach, all the blah 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 bits. It also has importantly labour values around affordability for customers. It has governance for water companies, sort of operationally and financially resilient issues. But it also has some key measures that haven't been touched on in this debate yet, ensuring the long-term stability of the water industry and allowing to attract investment, rationalising and clarifying requirements of water companies to achieve better environmental measures. I've been encouraged to go faster. So there are the objectives of the Commission are set out. It does show that improving the industry's capacity is in there. So look, I'll try and conclude then. Apologies if I've gone a little bit longer than expected. As we go forward, any new legislation on future water provision must be mindful that nationalisation without compensation damages the whole sector and forces the states to do more. At a time, the honourable member must be aware this government is having to cut other budgets. As I say, the motion on this specific issue did not pass my constituency, but where we have more in common, I think, is around tackling the abuses in the system, including the abuse by Thames Water of my constituency, abuse of public, a lack of care about operations, abuse of own customers with the bills and leaks and how they affect people, and abuse of this state in expecting us to step in, a company that believes it's too big to fail. I don't put form before function. I'm focused on the functions of a water company, an effective water company, water delivery. I'm proud that we've delivered our manifesto commitments, and I look forward to further action from the Minister and Ministers as we develop further in government. Thank you.
Ms Hinchliff.
Deputy Speaker, can I begin by congratulating my honourable friend for bringing forward a bill that directly addresses one of the most strongly felt public sentiments in my constituency and across the country. The work he has done on this bill with Unison and others deserves great respect. I also want to put on record my support for many of the measures that the government has swiftly taken to address the failures in our water system since taking power. Blocking bonuses for bosses of polluting water companies to end the absurd financial rewards for the destruction of our natural heritage, alongside ring-fencing bill payers' money for long overdue improvements to infrastructure, are positive steps in the right direction. I will give way.
Does my honourable friend think that the government's water special measures bill could have legislated that Ofwat would have a far more rigorous approach to paying bonuses? Because at the moment, it's a one-star rating. If you get a one-star rating, you don't get your bonuses. But every single water company, except one in the last 15 years, has got more than a one-star rating. Hence, they've been able to pay their bonuses. Do you think that could have been tightened up?
I thank the honourable member for that intervention. I'm seeing some shaking of the head from the Minister, but I would certainly agree that it's difficult to see how any boss under the current system could qualify for a bonus. But I would be failing to adequately represent the constituents of North East Hertfordshire if I did not make it clear that they have no faith whatsoever that private water companies, after years of disgraceful neglect, can now be trusted to restore the health of our rivers. And the residents who have sent me to this place are rightly furious at being asked to pay more to make good the malpractice that water companies have been profiting from. The public do not want to pay towards rescuing discredited corporations that have spent decades extracting wealth from our countryside and polluting our rivers to the detriment of wildlife, the pleasures of wild swimming, and any ordinary citizen who cares about the natural world. No doubt, somewhere, the activities and profits of these companies have been included in the calculations of our nation's GDP, yet nothing could demonstrate more clearly that so often what passes for valuable economic activity in this country, in reality, inflicts enormous costs on the public, whilst threatening the very environment that underpins true prosperity and well-being for us all. Frankly, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is difficult to disagree with my constituents when they say that given the damage done by water companies to our rivers through a combination of over-abstraction and pollution, Ofwat is wrong to allow them to charge so much as an extra penny on bills, never mind the staggering 31% increase granted to Thames Water. The residents contacting me about this issue have repeatedly called for water companies to pay for the damage they have done, and they have said if they cannot afford to do so without going bankrupt, let them. And should nationalisation be required as a result, then let Parliament set the appropriate level of compensation for shareholders, netting off not just company debt, but also all the dividends shelled out while our rivers and streams have choked with pollution. I recognise that Parliament is not yet ready to accept the radicalism of the wider public on this issue, but my honourable friend's bill offers a clear and pragmatic solution to both restoring democratic faith in the management of our water system and ensuring that it puts people and nature before profit. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, the whole saga we have witnessed in our water system means that we can now say, in all candour, that the capitalism of Adam Smith, in which the aggregate of self-interested economic decisions produces the collective good, insofar as it ever did exist, is now just a folk story told to justify the actions of the richest members of our society. When it comes to our water system, the free market is a myth, and pretending it exists has only served to inject more pollution into our environment and inequality into our economy, as has happened on almost every occasion in which we have privatised one of our nation's major assets. This bill offers a solution to reassuring residents in Baldock that the Ivor will flow fully once again, residents in Buntingford that planning consultations will no longer be waved through where they will cause already overloaded infrastructure to flood people's homes with sewage, and residents in Barkway that effluent will no longer flow into our rivers for hundreds of hours every year. And a final point, Madam Deputy Speaker, something which unites the rivers at each of the locations I've just referred to is that they are all chalk streams. We are proud custodians of 10 of these internationally significant waterways in North East Hertfordshire, and I would be remiss not to take this opportunity to ask ministers to publish the ready-to-go chalk stream recovery pack. It would be a move warmly welcomed by many local groups in my constituency and across the country, and I would like to extend an invitation to ministers to join me in visiting the River Ivor in my constituency to discuss a superb chalk stream restoration pilot project that could be implemented there. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill has my full support, and I hope that ministers will reflect its whole spirit in their responding remarks today.
Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I congratulate my honourable and gallant friend for bringing forward this bill. He addressed it with the passion for which he is well known, but I believe he is also a person of culture, so he won't mind if I begin briefly with a little bit of culture, quoting from Philip Larkin. If I were called in to construct a religion, I should make use of water. Going to church would entail affording to dry different clothes. My litany would employ images of sousing, a furious devout drench, and I should raise in the east a glass of water where any angled light would congregate endlessly. Water throughout history has been an absolutely crucial part of what it means to be human, the human experience. We are, as we're all painfully aware from primary school science lessons, majority water. But culturally, water is incredibly important as well. In my constituency, people may be aware of Fog on the Tyne, Waters of Tyne, and even the Bladen Races, although it doesn't mention the Tyne directly, crosses the River Tyne crucially between verses. Tourism, as I've already mentioned in intervention today, is absolutely critical, and water plays a huge part in that. The Gateshead Quays and the Newcastle quayside on the opposite side of the river. If people are coming to the northeast, it tends to be a place where they go to have their photo taken. Obviously, the qualities of the photo do somewhat depend on the quality of the waterways. In the past, Tyneside was known predominantly for coal and our coal industry. Now, that had a huge impact on industry and on economy, but it also had a huge impact upon the river itself. Subsequent years have seen significant improvements of that, but I don't think anybody wants to go back to the days in which you couldn't drink the water from the River Tyne. And I dare say, given some of the sewage that has been poured in from other contributing rivers, you might want to give it a very good thought today. But these are the challenges that a government faces when you inherit a water system that can be described as little more than a national shame. The party opposite presided over millions upon millions of tonnes of sewage being dumped into a water system by unscrupulous and unregulated water companies. Our water system is not an abstract concept. As my honourable friend for Derby North mentioned earlier on, it's the water that our children swim in, or, as he implied, we wish them not to swim in. It's the water we drink, and it leads to the bills that our constituents pay. Again, as been implied here, quite often people don't necessarily feel like they're getting value for money out of the current system. And frankly, the trust the public places in institutions like this one to protect one of life's most basic necessities is incredibly important. And that's why I was proud to support the government's Water Special Measures Bill earlier this year. But I do believe there's a lot in my honourable and gallant friend's bill that is worthy of discussion. As I will come to later on, I'm not convinced by some aspects of it, but he certainly has done us in this place and the public a service by bringing this bill today. Because the rivers in every one of our constituencies, and there will barely be a constituency that's not touched by a river or a significant body of water, or coastal communities, as been mentioned earlier. In my constituency, it's not just the famous River Tyne that borders the constituency, but also the River Teme and the River Derwent. And Flood Mapper UK reports sewage discharges in both the Teme and the River Tyne. And there are people up and down this country who've suffered because of these failures. Surface for sewage has already been mentioned. 75% of UK rivers now pose a serious risk to health due to dangerous levels of sewage, of human waste that has been dumped into them. I've learned today that we can use the word turd as parliamentary language. No one should have to be dealing with turds, whether it is in a stream, a river, a sea, or elsewhere. Madam Deputy Speaker, I promise I will not add turds to my regular parliamentary lexicon, but I think it is important to use it in the context of this debate. Service Against Sewage have also noted that there are nearly 1,800 reports of sickness after bathing linked to sewage discharge. There are many ways I would not wish to become unwell. I think in consuming sewage whilst swimming is perhaps one of the most unpleasant that one could face. This is a public health crisis. People are getting sick. Surfers and swimmers are falling ill after taking to the water. Parents, as has been mentioned, are warning their children to keep away from local rivers. That's utterly shameful in 2025 in one of the wealthiest countries in the world, that we have to warn people not to touch the water. I've already referred to tourism. Something that many of us will be familiar with when travelling to other countries is the regular conversation, do I drink the water or do I drink bottled water? The idea that tourists to this country or tourists within this country may begin to question the quality of our waterways, I think, is a form of real concern. It's one of those untold economic impacts, I think, that have not really been touched on when we've thought about the real impact of water pollution. And at the same time, our constituents are paying the price of water bills have risen and risen, while standards have unfortunately dropped and dropped. In my own constituency, and again, there are untold consequences here for failures in the water industry that I'm glad are being tackled by the government. For example, in my constituency, there was a school that had to close for weeks on end, with a huge detrimental impact to that school and those students because of flooding. No child should lose out a day's education, a moment's education, because of flooding. Another constituent, I won't name him because I've not sought his permission to, met me recently to show me the flood damage regularly done to his house, where whenever there is significant flooding, water flows through his house and out into the back garden. Now, that would be bad enough were he not in his 80s, had he not broken a finger trying to lift the storm drain, and did he not have a loved one who has real serious health problems, who he is trying to care for, sleeping in the downstairs of the house. These are the real lived realities of the failures of our water system, and they're not exclusively failures of the water companies, but all too often the reaction of the water companies has not helped them being resolved. But while normal working people have lost out, water company bosses have, regrettably, as has been mentioned already, remained quids in. Billions, yes, to shareholders, but also £41 million in bonuses, benefits and incentives paid to water executives since 2020. They paid themselves while they've allowed the infrastructure of our water system to crumble. Our water system, the pipes that deliver water to our homes, schools, hospitals and businesses, are hundreds of years old and leaking, which is why I will come to something I'm very pleased that the government committed to during the recent Water Special Measures Act. Enough is enough. The BBC announced only yesterday that water companies released raw sewage into England's rivers and seas for a record 3.61 million hours last year, because the legislation passed on to us from the previous government was, I'm afraid, ineffective. That is why, within days of being elected in July, the government announced in the King's Speech the Water Special Measures Bill and brought it to this House on the 4th of September. We've talked about the pace of change in this country, and I think everyone on this side of the House would like us to be able to deliver things as fast as possible. I think people in the gallery and elsewhere in the country are restless for change, but bringing a bill here in September really showed the seriousness that the government has. Bringing a bill to this place is not a small effort, as I'm sure my honourable and gallant friend would agree, and therefore for the government to bring it within what were the early weeks of this Parliament in terms of when we were sitting, I think was very important. And first week in September, as the Minister rightly notes. And at every stage of that bill, I'm afraid, party opposite voted against it. But that bill passed. That bill passed. I will happily give way.
The official opposition did not oppose that bill.
I will happily correct the record. Let me say instead then they failed to give it the full support which I would have hoped that all of our constituents would have wished to have seen. I'm afraid I've seen similar recently. I've seen some carping about whether, for example, the party opposite opposed the Planning and Infrastructure Bill only earlier this week. I would say, as we say in the North East, and I hope, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is parliamentary language, if you sit on the fence, you tend to get spelks in your bottom, and I would advise that abstaining can also have such spelky consequences. So the bill that, as the Shadow Minister notes, they did not entirely support, or perhaps entirely oppose, brought with it a number of important changes. Criminal liabilities for water executives, new tougher penalties, including imprisonment for water executives when companies fail to cooperate or obstruct investigations. That only used to be a fine. If they fail to comply, they will end up in the dock and face up to 2 years of jail time, a meaningful disincentive. A bonus ban, with bonuses, banning bonuses for CEOs and senior leadership unless high standards are not met on protecting the environment, their consumers and financial resilience. I'm aware that there has already been some discussion about star ratings that I'm sure the Minister will be coming back to in her remarks. Our plan for change to clean up rivers, lakes and seas for good. It is supported by our Independent Water Commission, launched in October of last year. They held a huge call for evidence urging people to provide feedback on what needs to change to clean up our waterways and rebuild our broken water infrastructure. The call for evidence, by the way, closes at midnight on the 23rd of April, so there is still time for people to make their submissions. That is why the new Labour government and the Environment Agency have announced these changes. In January, record commitments from the water sector have been made to clean up the environment, invest in new infrastructure. That represents a £22.1 billion investment in the environment. I'm also particularly pleased at the changes that were in the Water Special Measures Bill around ring-fencing of money for investment, so that there's a real focus on investment rather than on money slipping away to other places. I want to briefly come back, though, to citizen assemblies, because I would hate for my position on this to be misrepresented. I do have concerns about how national citizens' assemblies can work with a geographically disparate nation. I am constantly concerned that the people of my region, and within my region, my constituency of Gateshead Central and Wickham, do not always have their voices heard within the national conversation. So if sometimes I'm a little bit loud, that is because I'm trying to make up for that. But there's no lack. It's a shame the Honourable Member for North Herefordshire is no longer in her place, because I would have said there's no lack of reading on my behalf. In fact, Stephen Elstub has written very compellingly on citizens' assemblies, and whilst I don't agree with, nor can I claim to have read all of his writing, he's certainly made some very compelling points about them. I am not inherently opposed to citizens' assemblies. In fact, I believe there are circumstances in which they could work. But a national citizens' assembly on something as specific as this is one that I find challenging and would like to see more information on as perhaps conversations in this area progress. I would say, though, and I sense my honourable and gallant friend, the member for Norwich South, is not as reassured as I am with the Water Special Measures Bill, but I would say, having done a little bit of reading over the last few days, that I do feel that a lot of the calls made in this bill have been addressed by the government's plan for change. Ensuring cleaner rivers, lakes and coastal waters through pollution prevention and restoration, strengthening climate resilience by repairing leaks, reducing emissions and integrating renewable energy into water operations, making water more affordable and preventing companies from prioritising shareholder profits over public services, establishing a commission on water, holding water companies accountable with stricter enforcement measures. I think this is a pragmatic, reasonable approach. I thank and welcome my honourable and gallant friend for bringing this today. I think it is important that this additional time has been given to this important discussion, and I look forward to hearing what the Minister has to say in response.
Dawn Butler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable friend from Norwich South for his water quality bill and for his excellent speech. There's not many speeches where you look to the gallery and they burst into a spontaneous round of applause, Madam Deputy Speaker. And And so this is very complex, and it's not an easy solution. And the government, as we've just heard, the government is doing a lot of work around this issue and holding water companies to account. But I suppose the question is really, is there more that can be done, and how the honourable friend from Norwich South and the government can work together, and what can be taken from my honourable friend's bill? Because ultimately, my constituents in Brent East are struggling with the cost of living crisis. And what they don't want to be doing is paying for the failures of these water organisations that are taking billions for their shareholders whilst they struggle to turn the tap on. And the leaks that we have in Brent East, Madam Deputy Speaker, are frustrating, because after the leaks we then have potholes. So all of this is very interconnected. And in 2023, there was a 54% increase in sewage spills. That is a whopping 464,056 spills in 2023. And that is a huge number, and sometimes it's difficult to put that number into context. Madam Deputy Speaker, the average person passes wind 7,000 to 9,000 times a year. So I hope that puts into context just how much spillage goes into our waters and rivers, and I honestly feel I can see that is landing really well with people, and you can imagine how many times you pass wind. Well, just double that, double that, double that, double that, double that, and double that again, and that is how much spillage goes into our waterways, and the water companies really don't care. As I said, billions to shareholders, and some of those shareholders, Madam Deputy Speaker, are part of tax avoidance schemes, and I'm really pleased that this government is also tackling tax avoidance schemes, because that is vital and important. And the thing is, infrastructure's crumbling, you know, pollution is doubling, and my community in Brent East and other MPs' communities are paying the price. And I was one of the MPs, I think it was 30 of us, who signed a letter to say that Thames Water should be put in special measures, because at the end of the day, I don't really know any other company and organisation that can fail so many times and still be able to take money out of the system and give it to shareholders and still have a contract. It just doesn't make any sense. And my constituents can't afford the proposed increase of over 50%. And it really is a thing about profits are privatised. You know, we sometimes especially politicians, talk about profits and say that it's a politics of envy. It's not a politics of envy when you can take profits, put it in the pockets of millionaires and billionaires, but the failures have to be paid for by ordinary people, by ordinary citizens. That's not right. And it's not just about the environment, it is about justice, because those communities that are often hit the hardest are those communities that are least wealthy. So that is why it's important that their voices are heard in this place. And I'm actually not scared of citizens. I'm not scared of talking to people and having people inform us in the direction of travel. That's what we're here for as members of Parliament. The more people that talk to us, the more people that inform us of what they want to see us doing, the better. So the Olympic rower, the legend, that is Sir Steve Redgrave, he's calling on the government to tackle pollution for profit in the Thames. Now, some of our rowers in the Thames were sick after they competed, and he said this: "We won't sit quietly while this catastrophe continues." He says it's completely unacceptable and urgent action is needed to stop sewage discharges that is at dangerously high levels. E. coli and bacteria is 10 times higher than the Environmental Agency's threshold for waters. And I think in France, their threshold is lower. So you can't really compare our levels to their levels. And at the moment, Madam Deputy Speaker, Thames Water is currently being taken to court by the Good Law Project because they're defending a £3 billion bailout, which is just staggering, really. And the other thing is this. Yes, the water companies are carrying too much debt, but that is how they manage their business, which needs to be called out, because this situation cannot continue. And I do think that my honourable friend's bill comes up with some of the solutions. I have the wonderful Brent Reservoir in my constituency, which is of special scientific interest. And what they do is they make sure that the water levels and the pollution of water levels are kept down to the extent that we can have some surviving wildlife and fish in our rivers. And they're finding it really, really hard. And they haven't really got enough money to keep going. They were recently given, and I thank the Mayor of London, they were given £55,000 funding for the Mayor of London's Grow Back Greener Fund, and they've managed to put in a sort of floating ecosystem to improve the water quality. But it gets harder and harder when Thames Water pumps sewage into our rivers. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this cannot continue. Change has to happen, and it has to be accelerated.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd also like to thank my honourable and gallant friend, the member for Norwich South, for giving us the opportunity to have this debate today, which has ranged from fatbergs to Larkin. It really has been a pleasure. I'd also like to thank him for his service in Afghanistan and commend him on his oratory as well, which left my throat drying as he was describing the conditions in which he served. So thank you very much for that. Now, one thing he asked us to do, which I hadn't expected him to say, was to consider what Mrs Thatcher would have done. It's not something I'm usually asked, and I have to admit she's not my usual touchstone when it comes to judgment. However, I am left unconvinced by the need for citizens' assemblies, and I suspect the late Baroness Thatcher might have thought the same. Now, members for Hackney South and Shoreditch, North West Leicestershire and North East Hertfordshire and others talked about the state of our rivers. And that's something I'd also like to touch on as well in relation to the importance of rivers for biodiversity, recreation and also our sense of identity. And I represent a constituency that's bordered by a river, the River Tees, and this is an opportunity for me to get on the record that Teesside and Teessiders, the river is Tees, so it's a double E and a double S, not the River Tee, as is often seen. And the River Tees has indeed shaped the identity of the people in that region. The town of Stockton itself has a 12th century tithe barn that was at the lower boundary of the palatinate of the Diocese of Durham, so the taxes could be collected easily from the Tees. But of course, it was the emergence of steel, shipbuilding and chemicals during the latter half of the 19th and early 20th century that saw the growth of population and the formation of Steel River, as it was known, with 100 blast furnaces on the river. That led to a serious level of pollution, such that the river was considered to be dead by the 1970s, with black spots who certainly wouldn't have wanted to step into it, never mind drink it. But we've seen some real change since then and seen industry and the environment live side by side. So on the south side of the River Tees, where the Redcar bulk terminal is only one of two in the country that can handle Cape-sized vessels, and yet it was built during the canalisation of the river in the 19th century, and there is a site of special scientific interest there in the seat of my honourable friend, the member for Redcar, which is built on the limestone of the slag and forms a perfect environment for seals and also for birds as well. And in my own constituency, RSPB Saltholme, which is home to bitterns and the largest inland colony of the common tern, is built in an area surrounded by chemical works that existed to extract the salt from Saltholme for the brine fields, and the salt caverns there could even be used to support our hydrogen industry in the future. So we've come to a position now where the River Tees is regarded as exceptional for trout, a river that was once dead. A lot of this is down to the improvements that have been made on the river, the installation of a barrage in the mid-1990s that has led to an explosion in recreation as well. Dragon boat racing, all sorts of other water activities and rowing. We have three vibrant rowing clubs on the Tees. Now, I've done a little bit of competitive rowing in the past. My crew only ever won one race, and it was when the other team pulled up because they thought they'd got past the finish line, and we very slowly poogled past them. It was very much a win is indeed a win, very much a hare and a tortoise situation. But I took the win, and one thing I learned when I was rowing is how you get intimately associated with the river on what you are rowing. Very much from head to toe, and that's why I was quite shocked when a constituency of mine, Robert, described how boat crews on their way back now often encounter sewage on the River Tees, a river that has been extremely clean. And I think we need to think about the role of the water companies here, but also giving adequate support to the Canals and River Trust, which frankly is underfunded and struggles to afford the capital expenditure that's required to maintain our whitewater course and the quality of the River Tees, and needs revenue as well as capital support, and I would call for that. In fact, sewage dumping on the Tees has increased 37% in the last year, and it's a real shame as the town of Stockton is now turning towards the Tees with a new riverside park and investment by local entrepreneurs in that area as well. Now, the honourable member for North Hertfordshire, she mentioned that Herefordshire, I apologise, honourable member for North Hertfordshire, she mentioned that she has in her constituency the only water company in England that is not for profit. I thought that was a prerequisite for water companies nowadays. But I think we do need to see big changes in the water industry. But my reservations around citizens' assemblies mean that I won't be supporting this bill. But I would like us all to remember this point about identity and rivers. Whether in the North East we have three great rivers, the Tyne, the Wear and the Tees. It defines whether you're a Geordie, a Mackham or a Smoggy. The rivers that we have shaped industry, and industry shaped the rivers, but in the Tees at least, both rivers and industry have shaped the people.
Osborne.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise following a number of excellent and eloquent speeches, including the member from my honourable friend from Brent East talking about flatulence and fatbergs from my honourable friend from Southwark. So on that basis, I hope to add some value. And I hope to add some depth as well to perhaps some of their contributions. Rivers are absolutely critical to our national identity. In my home constituency in Chatham and Aylesford, I have the pleasure of the River Medway, which I believe that my friend the Minister might have visited a few weeks ago when she perhaps visited Southern Water Ham Hill plant. And I also have the benefits of constituents who work, live and play on the river, and it is to them that I contribute today. Because whether or not you are passionate about your natural environment or not, we are all here because of, in some way, the shape of our landscape. And I want to pay tribute, actually, to a number of organisations who are leading in this space, including Watershed, who recently released a report and their diligence in terms of sewage releases that have happened across our country. Surfers Against Sewage, which I believe a number of my colleagues have mentioned, are doing outstanding work in monitoring. River Action and Friends of the Earth are other groups that have been engaging with me as a constituency MP, and I think all of us in this House are doing some great work in advocacy, and it is with the pressure of others such as Feargal Sharkey and other passionate campaigners that I believe has directed us as a government to early implementation of a number of critical policies, and I think that advocacy needs to continue, and I welcome that, whether that be in outside of this House or in the people viewing today, and continue that strong voice that you are giving. I also want to share the fact that we come from a place where, of course, privatisation has failed in terms of where we are today. Private companies, since the Thatcherite privatisation, have not been regulated properly, and they have taken significant profits and they passed them to dividends and through shareholders, up to 60 to 70 billion in some calculations that people have made. Be it flooding, be it burst drains, be it rising costs, be it the bonus culture, all of this coming together has created a system which has lost the confidence of not only the public, but also the public politic of this country. And I believe that change absolutely needs to happen, which is the reason why I do welcome the government's Water and Special Measures Bill, one of the very earliest pieces of legislation that this Labour government, upon its election, prioritised in its from September. And I believe that this, coupled with a series of other reforms that are coming down the pipe, so to speak, will actually see fundamental fundamental change in our water landscape. And I look forward to seeing future reports on that as well. And the bill that I believe that the government is looking will, with others, fix a broken system. And it is, in the government's own words, and one which we all agree with on this side, trying to create a better and sustainable future and greener rivers and healthier rivers and stronger governance in our water system as well. So I think we can all agree that the government has the right direction. It might be just the pace of that change which is leading to frustration. In addition to that, I just want to set the context in terms of the debate more broadly. And my concern with the private members' bill that we might be getting down an ideological cul-de-sac, though I appreciate in his own words he has said that he is open to mutuals and other types of cooperative styles of management. The debate today has been very fixated on national utilities versus private, and that is not entirely an honest debate. If we look at Europe as an example, where we have... I'm very happy to give way, yes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thought it might just be worth clarifying that, so far as I could tell, Hansard will prove if I'm right, the majority of the mention of nationalisation was actually from people opposing, members opposing this bill, whereas those who were supporting it were talking about other models, including mutualisation and cooperatives.
I'm very happy to take that criticism. And may I just ask her, because and might be she will come back. I understand the position of the Green Party is for nationalised utilities, so according to her manifesto. And so I just ask, if she were to be supporting a citizen assembly, would that be within a very narrow confines of a nationalised utility, or would she actually open up that conversation in a People's Assembly to other forms of mutuals and other types of ways of working? And I just want to make progress if I can, because this private versus state debate actually is not quite the issue it is made up to be. If we look at Europe, where we have a significant number of state utilities, they have similar problems in terms of pollution and outflows. So the European water regulator, and this is an area which has significant state utilities or state-run utilities, has said that there is €75 billion worth of natural pollution. 37% of Europe's surface water is an unhealthy ecological condition. And the reality being is that that's happening under state utilities. So the issue is not necessarily about whether it's run by the structures of the bodies managing it, be that I accept the privatised utilities have not worked in this country, but it's actually the regulation that they work within. And so I believe that the government's position on this is sensible and reasoned, to hand it to a specialist, Sir John Guncliffe, who can come back and give regulatory advice on how we can improve the system. If I can move on in terms of the debate about people's assemblies. I agree that people's assemblies are a good idea. Let 1,000 roses bloom. I'm very happy to receive representation from all bodies. And if this people's assembly is non-binding, I don't see the difference between that and any other group that will be engaging with us in a public space and in a public way. So I don't see the necessity of having another non-binding body recommend via the structure that we would establish, because it doesn't have any more weight than a non-binding body, if that is the case. And just on that as well, the technicalities of any water reform. I understand that the previous national bodies or people's assemblies have met in Birmingham over the series of weekends, but a lot of this is extremely technical. And my worry is that political parties who have a mandate at a general election to either nationalise or not nationalise are simply going to tie the hands of people's assemblies behind an ideological viewpoint, which actually doesn't mean they come out with an outcome which might be beneficial. And being non-binding means that this is the People's Assembly, this House, and I don't believe that having non-binding institutions actually adds any value. So just to conclude, I believe this government is absolutely correct in its approach by handing responsibility to John Guncliffe. I believe that he will look at this in much more detail, in particular regulatory reform, which I've mentioned today is absolutely necessary. He will also look at financial resilience, because we know that many of these water companies have been allowed to borrow and leverage too much, and that has caused significant impact into the the cost of water for many people. And I also think that nature-based solutions should be pursued much more vigorously in terms of their outcomes, and I know that he is looking into that as part of his Independent Water Commission. So just to conclude, I think that we should wait and see what the Independent Water Commission concludes. I don't think we should make this about an ideological argument. People's assemblies, I believe, do have a strong place, but as this is non-binding, it's an unnecessary addition, and I welcome other contributions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's been an absolute delight to listen to the debate. There were times when I thought the position of the official opposition was unnecessary because there was a certain amount of opposition on the government's benches. But I do take this opportunity to congratulate the Honourable and Gallant member for Norwich South and my neighbour in Norfolk. I'm delighted to have the return of these rather archaic honorifics, because next time he refers to me, he's going to have to call me the Honourable and Learned, which I know will stick in his craw. But it's a groundbreaking bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, that he has brought to the House today that would have a huge impact on the water industry, for good or ill, and we're going to discuss that a little bit more over the coming minutes. But before I do, it is surprising to me, and perhaps to other members who were in this place before the last general election, to see the total absence of any Liberal Democrats in the chamber, not even, Madam Deputy Speaker, their official spokesperson. The amount of noise they made before the election about their views on water is very telling, that when it actually comes to a groundbreaking piece of legislation where we could really make change, according to the Honourable Member for South Norfolk, where are they? They couldn't even be bothered to attend. Unifying the House, we all agree on one thing. Yes, and we all know what that is as well. So, turning to the speech of the Honourable Member from Norwich South, he made not just a critique of the water companies in particular, but also that of private ownership in general. And I just want to address that very, very briefly in a sentence to remind the Honourable Gentleman that it is capitalism that has lifted more people in the world out of poverty and despair than any other economic system in history. And yet, I do recognise that there are many forms of ownership within a capitalist system, including national ownership or public ownership, including mutualisation and also private ownership. And so before throwing the metaphorical baby out of the almost uniquely clean bathwater as we enjoy in this country, let's take a moment to look back at private sector water company performance in a way that would have been, frankly, Madam Deputy Speaker, impossible for me to do prior to the general election, because the campaigning noise was so deafening that rational debate too often was brushed aside. So I am taking a risk, but I hope that today in this chamber we can have a more rational and careful debate and look at the data. So let's look at the private performance, both good and ill. This is not a defence of the status quo, but it is a challenge to the assumption that private ownership in itself is, public ownership, in itself is necessarily the solution. So I'm going to go back and look at elements of performance of the private sector over the last 30 years. Look at provision. The first duty of a water company is to provide safe, clean drinking water for their customers. And we've heard from one of the members opposite that it is the case that our water industry passes that test with flying colours. Not just clean water, but the cleanest water in the entire world, shared with one other country. And I hope no one intervenes to ask me which country that second one is, because I simply don't know. But so let's not forget, as we bash the water companies, that they have provided the cleanest drinking water in the world. The next thing they've got to do is to make sure that that supply is uninterrupted. Now, we had an experiment with nationalisation of our water industry up until about 30 years ago. During that period, interruptions in the water supply were 5 times as likely as they are today. So, put it another way, privatisation has reduced the interruption of the water supply 5-fold. We can argue why that is, but that is in fact the fact. And so we get examples like that which the Honourable Member for Beckenham and Penge referred to, of disruption. It's terrible, but in aggregate, the number of those disruptions has reduced 5-fold. And then we turn to leakage, because as my honourable neighbour from Norwich South says, that water is a scarce and valuable public resource. So leakages are very important. Since privatisation, the amount of leakage has reduced by a third. Well, how has all this been achieved? And the answer is because £236 billion has been invested by the private sector into our water infrastructure since 1991. How have they been able to do that? Well, the answer is, in my submission, Madam Deputy Speaker, is because they have not been competing with the provision of new hospitals. They have not been competing with the provision of new schools. And as the members opposite will feel perhaps more close to their hearts, it hasn't been competing with personal independence payments for the disabled, or for the disability element of universal credit, or for carers allowance. So try asking the Chancellor of the Exchequer now for £236 billion to be spent from the public funds on the water company, on water. And we know from the debates we've had last week, this week and next week that that is almost impossible. So then I move on to performance. There's various different ways of measuring this. There is the headline, which is serious sewage incidents. In the 1990s, the average of serious sewage incidents was 500 a year. That was about the average. Now it's well below 100. It's about the data that I have for the last year that I could find was 2021, and that was 62. But there's other performance. There's the chemicals being leached into our waterways through treated sewage. The most damaging for biodiversity is phosphorus. Since 1990, because of the investment, phosphorus entering our waterways through the water treatment system has not increased, it's reduced by 80%. This is at a time when our economy has grown and our population has increased very significantly. The next most damaging is ammonia. Again, since 1990, ammonia going into the water systems because of treated water hasn't increased along with population growth or economic growth. It has, in fact, declined by 85%. Next, cadmium and mercury. Since 2008, a slightly different starting point, I accept, that has reduced by 50%. So you can see that if you take away the emotion and you start looking at some of the core data, I will just in a second, you can see that there have been very real elements of progress, not universal progress, but real elements of progress because of a huge amount of investment, public-private investment into our water industry, and I will give way.
I think if I could sum up my honourable and learned friend's argument, it does seem to be that he's telling the public, you've never had it so good. I think many of the public would disagree with that, and I would also make the point that all of the investment that has gone into our water since privatisation has come from our bills. What private companies have done has paid dividends, and they've left themselves £60 billion in debt. That is money that otherwise would have been invested into the public water system.
Absolutely not saying that they've never had it so good, but I am drawing attention to the actual data so that we can make a balanced judgment. And I am going to come to some of the disadvantages of the last 30 years as well later on in my speech. So I hope I will address and give a balanced judgment. So we've dealt with the rivers, we've dealt with serious sewage incidents, but there is. Okay, I'll come in. But then we're going to come on. Wait for it. Don't be hasty. To sewage discharges from storm overflows, which has been, without doubt, in my view anyway, the greatest area of failure for decades, both in public ownership and in private ownership. Why? Why has it been the greatest failure? And the answer is, for decades, the problem was hidden. It wasn't reported, it wasn't measured, and we can see that because back in 2010, when Labour were in power, we only monitored, or the Labour government only monitored 7% of storm overflows. So as a result, we had no idea, we genuinely had no idea how frequently storm overflows were being activated and for how long when they were activated. Worse than that, Labour in 2008 changed the law, and I think one of the honourable members on the benches was probably in Parliament at that stage. They changed the law in 2008 to allow the water companies to self-monitor their environmental performance. The Liberal Democrats, they don't come out of this very well either. We can all agree on that as well. Because during the coalition, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Liberal Democrats, from 2013 to 2015, they were the water minister. What action did they take when they had the levers of power? The answer is they took absolutely no action on this. It was the Conservatives who forced transparency on the water industry, required 100% publishing, first of all, monitoring of the data and then publishing of the data within 15 minutes, that has first exposed the problem and then taken action through the Storm Overflows Discharge Reduction Plan to fix it. That is £56 billion that I previously referred to over a period of 25 years to fix this problem. Now, we can say we want to go faster. That is true, we all want to go faster, but it's the balance between cost, the ability of the industry to react in the time that you have to, as a responsible government, you take these decisions. And then we also had, Madam Deputy Speaker, an issue close to your heart, the plan for chalk streams. I believe you have the test in your constituency. I can beat that with the Stiffkey, the Wensum, the Bure and a couple of others. We have a plan to improve the water quality of the chalk streams as well. But despite the unacceptable storm overflows, the question we need to ask is, has river water quality got better or worse over the last period of privatisation? And the issue that we have with this, the difficulty, is the lack of comparative data. Because as we've monitored more, we've got more data points identifying more discharges which were previously unrecorded. So one of the best elements, data sets to look at, is invertebrate biodiversity. And there's been a very, very comprehensive study by the UK Centre for Ecology and Hydrology that made an analysis of 223,000 different samples that have been taken between 1989 and 2018. And they look for biodiversity gain or loss, particularly in species which are particularly sensitive to clean water. That's the mayfly and the caddisfly. And you'll be pleased to know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that over the last 30 years, biodiversity, invertebrate biodiversity has tripled in our rivers during the period of privatisation. So it begs the question, is this problem, which is terrible, and I'm not defending the water companies in their hiding or lack of inquisitiveness as to the discharge and the number of the storm overflow discharges. I'm not defending them. It's a problem that has to be addressed and was being addressed by the last Conservative government. But has our water got better or worse in aggregate over the last 30 years? And the data suggests that it has got considerably better. Now I'm going to talk about pros and cons of privatisation in terms of funding. So there are definite cons, in my view, to the private ownership model that we had over the last 30 years. There was, I concede, an exploitation by some water companies of weak regulation, taking advantage of their monopolistic position, where true competition obviously cannot exist because it's a monopoly provider. The role of competition is meant to be provided by regulation, and too often, and on one particular issue in particular, the regulation was found wanting, and that is, in my view, in the financial engineering of the leverage that water companies undertook in the noughties and then peaking in about 2015. So again, that is a problem that should have been prevented. I accept that. But all of the major parties are guilty, have their part to play in that. It started under Labour. It continued under the coalition. So the Liberal Democrats have their fingers, I'm afraid, on this as well, as do the Conservatives. It stopped in about 2015, belatedly Ofwat tightened up their provision. And you'll have noted, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the latest return on capital allowed by Ofwat is 3.4% from memory, which is, in my submission, a reasonable return on capital, and one which you might get from a high interest account ourselves as individuals. So I hope I've given a balanced assessment of both the good and the bad of privatisation over the last 30 years. We need to do that because it's the basis on which we then address the next question of this bill, which is, what is the right mechanism of ownership? In my view, privatisation on balance has been a success because it has managed to lever in that investment to improve the quality of our water overall and to reduce the leakage, to reduce outages in the way that I have just described, as well as to provide us with the safest water in the world. And I will give way very briefly.
Learned member for giving way yet again and for his contribution to this debate. The private water companies have invested less than nothing of their own private equity into our water system since privatisation. In fact, we have £60 billion worth of debt. I just want to reiterate once again, it is taxpayers, bill payers' money that has gone in to these investments into the water system. The private sector has paid less than nothing. So how can we say that a privatised water system, a natural monopoly of which there is no perfect competition or no competition at all, is generating innovation or generating investment? I'm failing to see that.
What the profit motive does is it does promote efficiency and innovation, because we want to, the companies want to minimise their costs and therefore maximise their profits. And the other thing it does is it provides access to capital in the manner that I've described earlier, because you've got rights issues as well as the recirculation of water bills, which is quite right, is the foundation of the business, but it's not the only access to capital there. Whereas with public ownership, as we're very, very aware this week, there are limited funds. You can't borrow forever. You do have, I think, what are described as ironclad fiscal rules, which we've heard a bit about recently. We know that the government is constrained, and all governments are constrained in their ability to borrow and spend, and they do have other priorities. So you're never going to get a big budget for water if it's in public ownership. Now, this brings me to my conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker. This bill has a huge amount of interest in it. There are elements of it that I thoroughly agree with, particularly about nature-based solutions. That builds on, actually, the plan for water that the last government published in 2022. If it does proceed further, there are areas that I'd like to discuss and develop in committee, but I won't detain the House any further on it now, and I look forward to the progress of the bill.
Hardy.
Thank you so much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable and gallant friend for securing this debate and giving these important issues the parliamentary attention they deserve, and for meeting with me in January, where he highlighted his concerns with the water industry and helpfully set out what he is trying to achieve with his bill. For several years, he has been a fearless environmental campaigner on this and many other issues. And I'd like to thank as well all campaigners and indeed all of the public for the interest that they have in the water industry. They're quite right to hold the government's feet to the fire on this, and they're quite right to expect so much better than they've had over the past 14 years. And the promise I can make to all of them is that that is my duty, that is my job, and that is what I serve every day in this place to do, to improve and clean up our rivers, lakes and seas and deliver a fair water system for everybody. And while there might be differences of opinion in how we get there, the motivation that is behind the actions that I take could not be questioned. So I'm very grateful for this opportunity to discuss this, and I'd like to also thank all honourable members who've contributed to this important and wide-ranging debate, and all honourable members who attended, not mentioning the ones who maybe didn't. So the Right Honourable Member for Hackney South and Shoreditch, the Chair of the Treasury Select Committee, made a really important contribution talking about the big nasties, those things that we knew when we came into government that would be costing so much money, the competition that water would potentially face against roads, rails, schools, and so much more that needs repairing. And she's also right to point out that when we talk about shareholders, sometimes in the public imagination, we imagine there's, rich business person with all of the shares holding them. Quite often it is the pension funds, and pension funds would require compensation if this was moved into a nationalised situation. And that compensation, otherwise that compensation, if it wasn't provided, would have an impact on people's pensions. So there are real world I'm going to come to nearly everyone's contributions in 15 minutes, and I will try and get through as many as possible. And that has a real-world impact. But she's right to point out the appalling state of the rivers and the fact that not enough are in good chemical health. And there is much more to do. And to just reassure her on wet wipes, we've had fatbergs
mentioned in this debate today, work on legislation to ban those are ongoing at this moment. And my right honourable friend for Islington North again agree that there is so much more that we need to do, and the levels of pollution are of course unacceptable. I completely support what he's saying on natural flood prevention, and hopefully if time allows we'll go into that in a little bit more detail later. And he'll be very pleased to know that only a few weeks ago we released some beavers into the Weald to provide some of the service of that natural flood prevention that we all need. The only thing I would say, though, is that we do have some of the cleanest water, some of the cleanest water in the world. In fact, our drinking water in England is exceptionally high, and the UK was ranked in the top 8 countries in the world for drinking water safety in the 2024 Environmental Performance Index. And I would like to thank the very small regulator that doesn't often get much attention, the Drinking Water Inspectorate, which is the one responsible for keeping our water clean. They do an incredible job, and I want to put on my record my thanks to them. So I would just say I think our water that we have in this country is incredibly clean, and I would encourage everyone to feel completely safe as they continue to drink it. And my honourable friend, the member for Bury North, in his usual gentlemanly way, praising my gallant friend for his service, and I completely echo his remarks. And I'd like to make the offer to all members to support them in seeking accountability from water companies if they require it. And this was something I discussed yesterday with some of the water industry reps. And if you want us to discuss further his request to look at environmental protection for the river, happy to take that up. And my honourable friend, the member for Ashford, highlights the anger the public feel about water pollution and indeed the failure of the past years. And he mentioned the number of primary schools which came up in this debate frequently. But unfortunately, the appalling situation of many of them becoming ill when they go down into the water. This is completely unacceptable. And again, we take really seriously about the impact that water has and entering water has on public health. And that's one of the many reasons why I'm really pleased that Sir Chris Whitty is on the Water Commission giving his expert evidence. And the member for North West Lincolnshire, thank her for her work on the Water Special Measures Bill Committee, and she's right to be outraged by the levels of pollution and for her tireless campaigning for her constituents who have been flooded over the years. And my honourable friend, the member for Beckenham and Penge, and the awful outages his constituents faced and the poor service of distribution. Vulnerable customers should always receive water that should be delivered, and he's quite right to point to the priority and service register. And one thing I'd like to ask each member in this House to do actually is encourage people in your community who are vulnerable, make sure they're on that priority services register, because they are entitled to support in the event of an outage. Happy to follow this up with him after if he would want. And I echo his thanks to his volunteers. And I'm sure on Valentine's Day, as he was going around supporting his constituents, they felt incredibly loved by him as their new Member of Parliament. My honourable friend, the member for Paisley and Renfrewshire North, talked about the importance of effective regulation and long-term planning for investment, and I thank her for her work on the Environmental Audit Committee. And I should just mention, because as a former primary school teacher, I can't resist, Madam Deputy Speaker, highlighting some of the schools that were mentioned by my friend from Beckenham and Penge, who were involved in the Eco Society. So Daniel and the Eco Society at Longley Park School for Boys, Stuart Fleming Primary, Ballagren Primary, Churchfields Primary, Clare House, Shortlands Primary and St Marit's Primary. Very excellent work on your eco clubs to you and all of the others around the country. And my honourable friend, more comments from my honourable friend for Bermondsey and Old Southwark, shared his ambition to seek solutions to the problem that he faces, and that is exactly what drives me to, and that's exactly what we should be doing here in this chamber today, is seeking solutions together for the problems that we face. And I thank him for his work that he does supporting his constituents, and he always has my support on this, though I've got no doubt at all that he doesn't need much support from me in making his voice or opinions held or holding indeed those companies to account. And my honourable friend, the member for Gateshead and Wickham, raised Larkin. Now, he might not know, without us going too far in a history lesson, that Larkin spent many years in Hull, actually working at Hull University. So he's celebrated in my constituency too. And as a former teacher, again, agree about the importance of education and the awful impact that flooding has on schools opening. And I share his restlessness for change. And just to say a bit more about, because it came up in conversation actually around this Ofwat consultation on the bonus ban, so I want to address that head on. So this week Ofwat published their statutory consultation setting out the details of the metrics that would trigger the ban and start the clock on implementation. Now it is right that originally they were consulting just on banning on the basis of a Category 1 or Category 2 offence, and it is right that they're looking at more holistic measure of environmental performance through the use of the EA's Environmental Performance Assessment. Now, for those who, just to share awareness, the EPA includes a number of different metrics. So it does include Category 1 and 2, serious pollution incidents, but it also includes self-reporting, discharge permit compliance, use and disposal of sludge, and, as has come up in this debate today, outages as well, is all holistically put together into one rating. However, I and the public have been crystal clear about our expectation that bonuses should be banned for polluting water bosses. So should the consultation reveal that Ofwat's proposed metrics need strengthening, Ofwat will review this ahead of final implementation. And my honourable member for Brent East, there's more that can be much more that needs to be done, and he's right to point out the consequence of leaks on potholes and wider damage. There's always been very thoughtful contributions from my honourable friend. And too, I celebrate with her our government tackling tax avoidance schemes. And I was delighted I got a chance to meet Sir Steve Redgrave the other day when he came into DEFRA to hand the letter to me, along with rowers from Reading University, so we could talk about the importance of rowing and having clean rivers in which for them to row. And my honourable member for Stockton North, thanks for the support on the Water Special Measures Bill. And of course, I like the idea of rivers being part of our identity and rivers shaping the people. What a lovely message to leave us all with. And my honourable friend from Chatham and Aylesford sharing thanks and advocacy for his campaign groups, as always. And he's right, the bill is part of the government's plan to change. And of course we want to deliver more. There is no magic bullet in fixing this problem, and that includes the magic bullet not being ownership. Now, turning to my honourable and gallant friend for Norwich South, he says we can do it better. We can. We can do it better. We absolutely can. This Labour Party was elected on a manifesto for change. It was elected with a plan to change. The Labour Party was created to serve working people and the working class, and it is our duty to do that, and that is what drives us every single day. There is little trust in politics, there is little trust in politicians as a force for good. There is no benefit of the doubt ever given to politicians when people are asked about something. The assumption is always that we have an ulterior motive. And the only way we can change that, the only way we can change the public's opinion of politicians, is by delivery and by changing. My honourable friend talks of ideologically driving us, but it is quite simple. My entire focus is doing on everything I can to clean up our waterways. I care about the public being ripped off. I care about the people working on the front line for these water companies who face abuse for the job that they do. And I care desperately about the natural environment. And this is what drives me, and this is what I know I will be judged on. My approach to decisions is always really quite simple. It is how can I deliver my aims in the fairest and quickest way possible. So yes, we can do better. Yes, we are doing better. And yes, I expect you, everyone, to hold me to account to do better every day. This is why in week 1 of this new Labour government, in fact, day 1 of me walking into DEFRA, I was told this meeting was happening on my very first day, that we met with all the water companies, got them to change the Articles of Association and put customer representatives on the board of water companies. Week 4 in Parliament, we introduced the Water Special Measures Bill, and which was a down payment on future reforms, never intended to be the answer to all of the solutions. A couple of months later, we launched the Water Commission to fundally reset the entire industry. Then we changed the rules on bathing water. Then we secured £104 billion of investment in the water industry. Then we did the call for evidence. And now I'm visiting every single water board up and down the country to hold them to account for the promises that they've made and make sure they deliver on ending water poverty by 2030. And I will do more, Madam Deputy Speaker, because this is what I care about, this is what this government cares about, and this is about delivering change in this place, and this is what we were elected to do. So I want to make one thing clear, if nothing else. This government is absolutely committed to improving the performance of the water sector. And I just want to say just a little bit more, if I may, on some of the abuse employees are facing. because I've heard from some of the trade unions about this, and it's an issue that matters to me a lot. When employees are going down to fix sewage mains or deal with pollution incidents, they are not the ones responsible for it. And they are facing quite a lot of abuse when they go out and do their job. Now, I would hope that is something that all of us, regardless of our opinions on water companies' ownership or models, would agree to say that abusing the people on the front line trying to clean up the mess is unacceptable. And the trade unions who are talking about this and the people working there have my full and complete support. Gosh, right, I think I've pretty much run out of time, haven't I, Madam Speaker? I've noticed you're going to start coughing at me soon. But just quickly on nationalisation, the costs that are quoted, I often see the criticism when we talk about the costs of nationalisation, and people say, you're quoting this think tank, it's the Social Market Foundation, you're quoting a think tank, those figures are wrong. So, of course, one of the things I did when I came in was interrogate the figures around the costs of nationalisation. So the costs of nationalisation that we use, that this government used, the £99 billion, are based on Ofwat's regulatory capital value of the 2024 estimates. Now, that doesn't include the Basel Jet Tunnel, which obviously would be an asset, which would be included in that figure. So that's where the figures come from, because I often get told we're using different costs. And if we were to, so if you put that to one side, that's the regulatory capital value of the assets that we have, but that doesn't assume the ongoing costs. So assuming we would want to deliver PR24, £104 billion of investment, you would be talking about the £104 billion of investment over the next 5 years, plus the cost of acquiring assets. So I just want to be really clear on the figures that we are using. And I also was going to come back and respond to agriculture pollution, because I know that's something the Honourable Lady cares a lot about. So agriculture and rural land management accounts for around 70% of land use, one of the greatest sources of water pollution in England, affecting 45% of our water bodies. And the levels of pollution are unacceptable. That is why cleaning up our rivers, lakes and seas is a priority of this government, and we're working with farmers to reduce agriculture pollution, which is key to delivering against this priority. We've committed to a rapid review of the Environmental Improvement Plan, which will set out how DEFRA will deliver these legally binding targets. And the government will develop a new statutory plan to protect and restore our natural environment, with delivery plans to meet each of our ambitious environmental targets, which includes cleaning up the waterways. So we're taking action to tackle agriculture pollution and deliver the Environment Act through a suite of proportionate and effective regulations, advice and incentives. So to conclude, the call for evidence for the Water Commission is live now, Madam Deputy Speaker. So if anyone in this House wanted to assemble a group of citizens to come together in their local communities to discuss this and put their evidence forward, then I would entirely welcome it. Because this government will not stop till we achieve what we promised in our manifesto, which is to clean up our rivers, lakes and seas. That is what drives me, that is what motivates me, and that is what I will continue working on as I finish this debate.
With the leave of the House, I call Clive Lewis to wind up.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I won't go back into a tit for tat over some of the comments that have been made at the dispatch box, because I think, and I would like to thank everyone that contributed to this, I thought, fabulous debate on a really critical issue. And I think most of us want to get to the same place. We want clean, drinkable, swimmable, surfable water. And I think we all want to get to that point. And so I thank everyone that took part in this debate. I thank the Minister for all the work that she is doing, will be doing, the opposition, even my wife, Katie Lewis, who turned up today to come and listen. And thank you very much. Probably the longest say I've got in a debate for quite a while. And I'll be hearing the end. I won't hear the end of that for a while, I'm sure. So I will finish on just this point. I sometimes think what would happen if the NHS didn't exist and we in this place came together to decide how we were going to provide healthcare for the people of this country. I think this place would say, listening to today, that it is too difficult to create the national healthcare system, that something based on need, not on profitability, not on private sector investment, we couldn't do it. And yet we did it after a damaging Second World War, which absolutely obliterated our public finances, and yet we managed to do it because we knew it was right. and we knew that some things don't get judged by their profitability. They're things that we need. Our health is one such thing. And I believe millions of other people believe that water is one of them as well. And I hope at some point my side of this House, my government, will acknowledge that and do something about it. Thank you very much.
I beg to move that this debate be now adjourned.
The question is that the debate be now adjourned. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Debate to be resumed what day?
4th of July.
4th of July 2025.